start with the main event in 5 more
అవునవును చెప్పండి చెప్పండి మళ్ళీ ఇప్పుడు the institute is to be a premier management institute, significantly contributing to corporate world and society. We are trying to accomplish and achieve it with the help and support of all our stakeholders. Faculty at the institute are drawn from industry and academia with a varied and different experience. Outcome-based education system at the institute made everyone to be objective in imparting knowledge and skills. That has prompted SSIM to shift from faculty-centric learning system to student-centric learning system. This has helped SSIM to achieve near to 100% placement every year. Managerial competency development modules really helps the students to prepare themselves for the holistic development and contribute positively to the corporate world and to the society.
Hello, I am Dr. Arijit Santikari, Program Chair of PGDM Triple Specialization, which is a flagship program since 1992. We are running this program, and today we have 30th batch of students studying in the campus.
Let's close the music.
PGDM Triple Specialization program at SSIM is uniquely designed
Please
to suit
stop,
the
the
requirement of the industry looking for managers with cross-functional skills blended with IT acumen.
So once again, a very warm welcome to each one of you to the second day of this education conference on NEP. So Madam is almost here. So let's start with the inaugural session. For that, I would request Dr. Shailesh Sampati, Vice President and Deputy CEO from SSIM Shivashivani Institute of Management, Hyderabad, to kindly join us on the stage. Huge round of applause for Dr. Shailesh, everyone. Dr. Shailesh conferred the honorary doctorate by Lincoln University College, Malaysia. In 1961, the group started its journey with a school at Sanat Nagar with a motto of learn to serve. Today, Shivashivani Group is one of its kinds to provide quality education from KG to doctoral program. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you for gracing this special occasion of ours. Huge round of applause once again for Dr. Shailesh. A very warm welcome to our Governor, Honorable Governor Srimati Dr. Tamil Sai Soundararajan, Governor for the state of Telangana. Very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Thank you for gracing this special occasion of ours. We are very glad and happy that you are here today for the second day of education conference on NEP. So let's move ahead with the next guest for today's event, Dr. S.V. Kota Reddy, Vice Chancellor from VIT, Andhra Pradesh. A very warm welcome to Dr. S.V. Kota Reddy. We request you to kindly join us on the stage. I take the privilege to welcome Professor S. Srinivasa Murthy, Director, Institute of Public Enterprises, Hyderabad. I request Professor Dr. S. Jairam Reddy, Chancellor, Shri Chandrasekhendra Saraswati Vishwa Mahavidyalaya. Professor N.B. Ramana Rao, Director, National Institute of Technology, NIT Warangal. We request all our professors to kindly join us on the stage. Once again, Professor S. Jairam Reddy, Chancellor, Shri Chandrasekhendra Saraswati Vishwa Mahavidyalaya, and also Professor N.V. Ramana Rao, Director, NIT Warangal. We request you to kindly join us on the stage, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Tamil Sai Soundararajan. A very warm welcome once again to you, madam. We are very happy to have you here. Dr. Tamil Sai Soundararajan took charge as Governor of Telangana on 8 September 2019 and happens to be the first woman to hold this office. She has a remarkable public and social service background spanning over 20 years. Dr. Tamil Sai Soundararajan started her career as a medical practitioner after completing her MBBS PG in gynecology. She has undertaken special training on ultrasound and fetal therapy at Toronto, Canada, and she has worked as an assistant professor for 7 years and resigned in 2003 for full-time political engagements. She's a proud recipient of an international award titled International Rising Star of the Year for the year 2018 by Multi-Ethnic Advisory Task Force USA under US Congressman Danny K. Davis for services to the society, especially in the field of politics, public and medical services. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's all welcome Dr. Tamil Sai Soundararajan with a huge round of applause. Honorable Shri Tamil Sai Soundararajan garu marokkasari meeku ma tarafu nunchi a very warm welcome, hearty welcome, swagatam telichestu from the entire team of Hans India. Now, I would request the console to kindly play the national anthem. I request all of you to kindly stand up for national anthem for 2 minutes. Thank you so much. All of you can take your seat. Now, ఏదైనా మంచి కార్యక్రమం స్టార్ట్ చేసే ముందు దేవుడిని తలుచుకుంటాం కాబట్టి let's start the second day of education conference on NEP by lighting the lamp. I request all our guests, our chief guest of today's event, to kindly move towards the lamp and light it on this special occasion. Once again, Honorable Srimati Dr. Tamilsai Soundararajan, Governor of Telangana, Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, request you to kindly move towards the lamp, ma'am. Dr. Shailesh Sampati, Vice President, Dr. S.V. Kota Reddy, Professor S. Srinivasa Murthy, Professor Dr. S. Jayarama Reddy, Professor N.V. Ramana Rao, and would also request Shri V. Ramu Sharma, Chief Editor, Hans, to kindly move towards the lamp and light it, along with Mr. K. Hanumantarao, MD, Hyderabad Media House, and also request Srimati Pallavi Krishna, Executive Director, Tripura Constructions, to kindly light the lamp on this very special occasion. Let's all clap harder while we light the lamp, and let's play the Ganesh Vandana song, please. Wonderful. Today is a fantastic occasion as we have come up with the second day of the education conference on NEP, the National Education Program for the year 2022. Thank you so much. Now, I would request Mr. Ramu Sharma, Chief Editor, Hans India, Hyderabad, to kindly address the gathering on this very special occasion.
Good morning, everybody. Let me take the opportunity to extend a very warm welcome to the Honorable Governor of Telangana and Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, Srimati Dr. Tamilsai Soundararajan Garu. Welcome, ma'am. Other dignitaries on the dais, and all the participants in the auditorium who have assembled for the second day of the conference on national education policy. I'm glad to inform the Honorable Governor, who also happens to be the Chancellor, that we had an enlightening discussion yesterday on topics of implementation of NEP student-centric, creative-centric, innovation-centric, and implementation of vocational training. Skill set training and entrepreneurship are some of the issues which we discussed yesterday. Today the discussion would be focused on NEP in regard to higher education. Here I would like to add one small issue. Yesterday when the discussions took place, the feedback we got was that the panelists who will be discussing various issues here today should also focus on the need for teacher-student bonding. They have been telling me that this is missing in the last decade or so. Somehow there's some disconnect between the students and the teachers. I would just like to mention a small incident here. When I passed out from the school in 71, I again went back to my school 10 years later, and ma'am, at that time, my geography teacher was the principal. Some program was going on, and I was standing right at the back. From the stage, he saw. He called me, introduced me to everyone, and said this was the batch which was most mischievous and all those things. So why I'm mentioning this is 10 years later also the teacher remembers me by name. So that kind of bonding is missing these days. So this is one aspect which most of the people said we should focus on. Honorable Governor, as all of you know, that reforms bring challenges. There were many doubts and apprehensions among the stakeholders, whether it be the educationists, educational institutions, faculty, and students about the challenges they may have to face in its implementation. It was this which made the Hans India to take up the initiative to organize this two-day conference so that experts from various fields can meet, collect multiple opinions, and arrive at a nuanced understanding of the issue and give solutions to the challenges in implementing the new policy. I'm happy to note that all the distinguished participants, particularly students and panelists on day one, addressed several questions, and there has been a fruitful discussion on how the policy could be implemented successfully. Today, we have two more sessions where our distinguished guests would throw more light on the issue and come up with some more recommendations. Once again, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you, to all the participants and guests. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ramu Sharma. Now request Professor S. Srinivasamurthy, Director, Institute of Public Enterprises, to kindly finish your talk in a minute because Madam has to leave. She has a flight. So I request all our speakers to kindly finish within a minute, please. And I request the speakers to kindly come here and talk, please. Now, I request our chief guest, Honorable Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan, Honorable Governor of Telangana, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, to kindly say a few words on this very special occasion. Huge round of applause, everyone, for ma'am.
A special good morning to each and everyone. And, Professor S. Srinivasamurthy, Director, Institute of Public Enterprise, Hyderabad. Professor N.V. Ramana, Director, National Institute of Technology, Warangal. Professor G. Sundar, Director, BITS Pilani, Hyderabad Campus, Hyderabad. Professor Dr. S. Jayarama Reddy, Vice Chancellor, Sri Venkateswara University, Tirupati. Dr. Sailesh Sampati, Vice President and Deputy Chief Executive, Shiva Shivani Institute of Management of Hyderabad. I have mentioned everyone, I left. Yeah, that is what. Your good name? Konta Reddy. Kota Reddy, you are from VIT. Yeah, that is what. Yes, Professor Kota Reddy from VIT Hyderabad. And Sri Ramu Sharma, Chief Editor, Hans India Hyderabad. And all the educationists, students, professors, teaching faculty who are present here, and media friends and my security personnel. A special good morning to each and every one of you. And really I am very happy and I congratulate Sri Ramu Sharma, the Chief Editor, Hans India, for organizing such a program, particularly taking forward the message of new educational policy. The NEP 2020. Really, I am very happy to know that 2 days conference, and today also morning I saw the newspaper, Hans India, where most of the salient points were highlighted in the morning edition. And I always appreciate Hans India. It's one of the paper which I read with much interest in the morning because it is a paper for not only the educational people, educational institutions. It is a paper for women, it is a paper for youngsters, it's a paper for children, and it's a paper for politicians, and it is paper for critics, and it's paper for people with national interest, it's a paper for people with regional interest, and it is a complete paper. So I always laud the paper, and today also even though I am a doctor, I always feel the nutritional tips and the health tips which are given in the Hans India, and I should say that some of the articles, which the editorial page and the articles I have preserved, so it gives much of information and talking points to each and every one. So some of the articles I have preserved in my iPad. So I appreciate you not only giving a very good paper to the people of Telangana for the past 10 years, and I should congratulate you, the national interest of conducting a program like this. And I thought because the organizers and the participants yesterday, today, I think I have no role except as a chancellor, because all the educational experts here, and it is in Tamil they used to say it is like selling a golden needle among the goldsmiths. So the people with high educational qualification and educational experience here are available to convey their message. And as it is said by Sri Ramu Sharma, it is not only the policy, in implementation of the policy is the success of the policies in its implementation. And because I thought most of the dignitaries and most of the academicians would have talked everything about NEP. So what I am going to focus. As a chancellor, already I have had a video conference with all the vice chancellors and how to implement it. And my focus is 2 or 3 times in a very brief note I want to tell. NEP 2020 aims to take this learning outside the 4 walls, you would have mentioned. A well-defined, well-planned and progressive education policy is must for each and every country, because education is the cornerstone of economic and social programs. And I have focused on 2 things. One, as a social person, I was always concerned about the dropouts. Dropouts, we have to say that 62% dropouts are there, 1 in 8, 1 among the 8, whether it is school education or in higher education, or dropouts. So the new education policy prevent the dropouts. So much of reforms which are taking place in the academic activities will definitely prevent the dropouts. So I really laud this policy, because that is a very big challenge. We need that before 2030, everyone should be educated. The primary education is the basic right of each and every one. So I really very happy that it is dealing with the dropouts, and most the dropouts will be actually the number will be less, or mostly it will be nil. And another thing I want to focus is the job opportunity, because the national new education policy, now the job opportunities and the joblessness is the biggest challenge. And I appreciate the central government for providing, now they have come out with good job opportunities, and particularly this has focused the unfocused areas. For example, agriculture. Agriculture, 9% of the universities have the agricultural training, compromise approximately 9% of the all universities, the agriculture universities, but less than 1% of all enrollment in the higher education on agriculture. So now the new education policy is focusing on agriculture. So according to the report by the Center for Monitoring Indian Economy, there are around 121 unemployed Indians who are presently out of work. Some of the key factors behind this number are lack of key skills plus education among the job seekers. So the new education policy is sharpening their skills. So when they are denied of their job because of want of the skill, the expert skill, so when they are trained in that, they are going to get the opportunity. And I should say, because when I, as a chancellor, when I had a meeting of the vice chancellors, the vice chancellors were very proud that more number of women enrollment is there in Telangana. Then I asked one question. The women education, the women outnumber, the women students outnumber men, but what type of degrees they are selecting? It is very disheartening to know that the degrees they selected were not degrees for job opportunities, not for research activities. It is just for gaining a degree to encash them in the market of marriage. So she has studied this, that. But when we asked some of the girl students, when I asked them, Why you are not selecting such a high-tech professional degrees? They were telling as a woman, I have to, after marriage, I have to continue my studies. It's very difficult to continue the research activities, and even though they are very much talented, their wings are crippled because of the social activities in our country. So this new education policy fills the gap between the gender gap. It narrows the gender gap. So I appreciate the policy makers for making it possible for the women students also to take a good number of degree courses. And as it is flexible, everyone should have told. And again I laud, because I thank our Honorable Prime Minister for making the upper limit of the lower limit of the marriage as 21 years, because 19 years means that was also preventing the girl students, preventing them by selecting good degrees. It was preventing them for selecting the good degrees. And another thing which as it is mentioned by the editor, the student-teacher relationship. I always think that as a medical professional, I always think that I was also an assistant professor in a medical college, but as our Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan said, teachers should be the best minds in the country. But before and all, when we used to listen to our teachers' lectures, we won't be able to judge from which book they took this message to teach us. Like honeybees, they select so much of information from different textbooks and deliver the lecture to us, so that simple notes will help us to face the practicals, to face the viva. But now, it's very sorry to say, even in our medical profession, if a teacher is teaching, the student will be able to tell that she has taken the message from the Cunningham's such paper and she has just delivered it. So even the teachers, not only the bonding, but the responsibility, the accountability, the teacher should think that we have to mold the children. But now the psychological effects by the children, and another thing, because of the numbers. Because in 2030, 250 million students are expected to enroll in schools. With the teacher-student ratio 1:35, India needs to add at least 7 million teachers more. It's a very huge population. So because of that, not only teachers training, because the new India education policy, national education policy, put forth a good training for the teachers. Teachers should be accountable. Teachers should be an expert. But now it is lacking. I'm very sorry to say, even in the state of universities, as a chancellor, I feel that the vacancies should be filled up and the contract professors and lecturers should be replaced, because new education policy take care of the teaching professional also, teaching fraternity, and teachers particularly, that is the need of the hour. And apart from that, another thing I want to highlight is about the language. I am from Tamil Nadu. There is an opposition there in Tamil Nadu about the 3 language system. And we are lauding the new education policy because it encourages the education by mother tongue. And as a doctor, I know till 6 months, as gynecologists, we advise the children, the mothers, to provide only mother's milk, because it is highly digestible and it gives immunity to the child to face any pandemic or any disease. Like that, mother tongue also, it is easily imbibed by the child. And another thing, they are opposing learning another language. The brain, till 8 years, it can accept as much number of alphabets, as much number of words. So why to prevent when a brain is able to accept it? The world is now, this is a challenging world. So much of opportunities are not only confined to the state. We have to face the world. There are so much of challenges the growing child should face. So knowing another language will give more opportunity for the child to take some more jobs, opportunities, to take research activities. So this new education policy also encourages learning other mother tongue as well as other languages, as well as learning English also. So with all these positive points, and as everyone would have, it is very flexible, and even in the higher education, children can come out in the first year, even when they come out in the first year, they have the certificate, they can have the certificates if they come out in the second year, and even you can change the speciality. And I should say, because during our days and all, if a women student means they will select only gynecology, they will select only dermatology or some things. But now I appreciate the women students are coming out with flying colors. They are taking nephrology, cardiology, even anesthesiology, even orthopedics. So now the interest and the option of the students are changing. But for some compulsions, they may enter into one group, and while studying, they may face some difficulties. So this is a very great opportunity for them to change the subject and to change the degrees, and so much of things there in the new education policy. And as Vivekananda said, it's a great leap, I have to say. It's a very great leap. After 3 decades, a good national education, new education policy have been actually organized, and Sri Kasturi Rangan has given a very good new education policy, but its success is in its implementation. The ancient mother, our honorable, our saint Vivekananda says, the ancient mother of Bharat has awakened once more, sitting on her throne, rejuvenated, more glorious than ever. Proclaim her to the entire world with a voice of peace and benediction. Why I am saying that now? She is sitting on the throne because new education policy is giving the opportunities to each and everyone. It is reaching the unreached. So I am really very happy, and our Honorable Prime Minister wants to take the message of new education policy to each and everyone. Particularly the academicians should be satisfied, and they should help in the implementation of this, and whether it is traditional to technology, whether it's gender, whether it is women or men, whether it is the children from downtrodden families or rich children, whoever may be, it gives opportunity to each and everyone. So I really very happy, and I again congratulate Hans India for organizing such a good seminar on new education policy 2020, and I really appreciate, because this new education policy concentrates on tradition also. So not only the innovation, not only the recent advancement, but it concentrates on tradition. Honorable Ambedkar said, unless you read our past history, you cannot create history in your life. So past is also important, future is also important. So I really very happy, and I am on the way to Puducherry. Otherwise, I also would have sat here to hear all the lectures of all the academicians, and I am ready to break the protocol for education, because they told, because hearing you one minute, it's not justified. So I can talk and go, so that you can have ample time and take your, because of your high experience, rich experience, you can deliver the address very leisurely, so that I can leave you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. You've fantastically spoken about the new education policy and how it can prevent the dropouts and the challenges which have been facing from all these years. Thank you once again. I would now request Ramu Sharma sir to kindly felicitate madam with token of appreciation, a quick memento. So now I request Professor Dr. S. Jairam Reddy to kindly come forward and say a few words on this special occasion. He's a Chancellor from Shri Chandrasekharendra Saraswati Vishwa Mahavidyalaya. Over to you, sir.
Professor Raman Rao, Director, NIT Warangal, and other distinguished colleagues on the dais, invitees, academicians, ladies and gentlemen. I am very happy and would like to congratulate and appreciate the management of the Hans India, particularly its MD, Mr. Hanmant Rao, for organizing a two-day conference on new education policy. This is the first educational policy of the 21st century and replaces the old policy of 1986. The need to expand the system of higher education, the impact of technology on the education delivery, the increasing private participation in higher education, and the impact of globalization have necessitated marked changes in the Indian higher education system. The role of higher educational institutions is significant in human resource development and capacity building of individuals to cater to the needs of the economy, society, and the country as a whole, thereby contributing to the development of the nation. Serving the cause of social justice, ensuring equity and increasing access to higher education are a few ways by which the higher educational institutions can contribute to the national development. With the liberalization and globalization of economic activities, the need to develop skilled human resource of a high caliber is imperative. Consequently, the demand for internationally acceptable standards in higher education is evident. This requires that the higher educational institutions be innovative, creative, and entrepreneurial in their approach. Towards achieving this, the HEIs may establish collaborations with industries, network with neighborhood agencies and bodies, and foster a closer relationship between the world of competent learning as well as the world of skilled work. While the advantages of using modern tools and technological innovations in the day-to-day life are well recognized, the corresponding changes in the use of new technologies for teaching, learning, and governance of higher educational institutions leaves much to be desired. Providing quality education and creating the long opportunities for all, leading to full and productive employment and decent work, as enlisted in United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2030, form the thrust of our new education policies. Before the new policy was launched, our education system was only nationalized. As a consequence of our learners are unable to use their skills on a global scale. The new policy has the main objective of bringing our education system to the global level. In a nutshell, the new policy aims for an India-centric education system that contributes to India enduring into a vibrant, equitable, and knowledge-based society. By providing world-class education, we may be able to check brain drain in the long run. The whole day you had sessions about the new education policies, the major policies and reforms and futures of the new policy you might have heard yesterday. I understand that today's conference will be devoted to sessions on implementation of dual degree and credit transfer ecosystem, as well as role of public, private, and industry stakeholders and their partnerships. It was on the demand from parents and students to allow studying for 2 degrees simultaneously in order to improve the employability, as the current general stream programs provide little skill and leave the graduates mostly unemployable. In a recent move, the University Grants Commission, UGC, has given the nod to an amended regulation called University Grants Commission Regulations of 2022. These regulations deal with academic collaboration between Indian and foreign higher educational institutions to offer joint degrees, dual degree, and twinning programs. It is believed that these regulations will provide access to high quality education to all the Indian students and lead to the internalization of higher education. As per the regulations, the Indian higher educational institutions can collaborate with their foreign counterparts for credit recognition and transfer for joint degree. Twinning and dual degree programs, the amended regulations will help students earn credits up to a limit of 30% for twinning programs or much more for joint degree and dual degree programs over a couple of semesters by physically going to be foreign higher educational institution. As a reciprocal measure, foreign students can come and study in India for the same duration, since online mode will not be permitted in this regulation. Offline mode will of course provide better exposure to new age learners in entirely different learning ecosystem. The new agreement will usher in more students from foreign countries, since study in India is an affordable option. I am also optimistic that the new measures will help conserve foreign exchange reserves and can help check brain drain in the long run. A twinning program out of these 3 programs is an educational arrangement between local universities with partner institutions abroad. The arrangement allows students to pursue their education in their homeland for a certain time period. Then the students move to a foreign institution during the later stages of the course. Twinning programs allow Indian institutions to offer undergraduate or postgraduate degrees with regular curricula of the partnering universities. Students will be able to transfer their credits to the partnering foreign educational institution after completing a specific period of time. After the completion of the course, students will be awarded a degree from a partnered university abroad. Indian students enrolling in twinning programs can enjoy a host of advantages that will ultimately help them to realize their study abroad dreams smoothly. A dual degree or double degree is when one studies 2 usually very different fields at the same time and receive 2 separate degrees, one per discipline. For example, if psychology and business are studied in a dual degree program, one would graduate with 2 degrees, that is a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology and a Bachelor of Business Administration. The dual degree program shall be a program jointly designed and offered by the Indian and foreign higher educational institutions in the same disciplines and subject areas and at the same level. One may complete the coursework for both programs at the same institution or complete courses at 2 separate but affiliated universities who will recognize the credits earned at each. While some of the coursework that is core to the major may not overlap, this can be delivered in an accelerated manner. A dual degree would be 2 degrees at the same level. For example, MIT awards 2 individual Bachelors of Science degrees to students who complete 2 undergraduate majors, while a joint degree would be something like a bachelor's degree awarded concurrently with a master's degree. The joint degree program will be one wherein the curriculum shall be designed jointly by the collaborating Indian and foreign higher educational institutions, and upon the completion of the program, the degree will be awarded by both the institutions with a single certificate. Of course, the UGC has laid down some stipulations in which higher education institutions can apply for this kind of program. Public-private partnership contracts can help countries meet education goals in many ways. So that is necessary. Understanding new partnership arrangements within a broad international and architecture in education can help bring us closer to those goals. Industry education partnerships are collaborative efforts that bring higher education institutions, businesses, and community together to address their mutual interest in higher education. While helping to advance the educational development in higher education institutions, the partnerships also address skills scarcity needs. I am grateful to the Hans India management for inviting me to this conference. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. S. Jairam Reddy Garu. He's a Chancellor from Sri Chandrasekharendra Saraswati Vishwa Mahavidyalaya. Now I would request Professor N.V. Ramana, Director, National Institute of Technology, Warangal, to kindly say a few words. We request you to kindly finish your talk in 2 minutes, please. So we request you to kindly finish the talk in 3 to 4 minutes, please. Professor N.V. Ramana, Director, National Institute of Technology, NIT Warangal. Let's all clap harder for our professor.
Thank you for inviting. At the outset, let me congratulate Hans Media for organizing this 2-day workshop on National Education Policy 2020. Most of you are aware that this policy has come after 34 years, After 1986, this is the policy 2020, and a lot of efforts, a lot of exercises going on for implementation. And you will see that one of the things, which we should all realize is education now will become a very important force, because right now the GDP, only about 2 to 3% of GDP is being invested in education, but this policy envisages that at least up to 10% investment on GDP is going to be there. So a lot of investment will now come in education, and therefore a lot of enrollment will be there. And it is planned in this policy that by 2030, the enrollment will move from right now from 26.5% to 50%. So that is the huge mass scale, and that is a very important milestone, which I think we all will have important players as stakeholders. I take this opportunity to congratulate and welcome my fellow panelists and fellow people on the dais, because the organizer said only 4 minutes. I don't know if I take the name itself, then I think it takes time. Kindly excuse me if I'm not taking your, but I acknowledge your presence. We should all realize that today there's a change in the knowledge landscape with various dramatic scientific and technological advances such as, AI, data, ML, machine learning, and many unskilled jobs worldwide may be taken over by machines. So therefore, there's a need for a skilled workforce involving mathematics, computer science, and data science with multidisciplinary abilities across the sciences, social sciences, and humanities. So that is where this national education policy is now concentrating on need for multidisciplinary learning, need for growing demand for humanities and arts. Similarly, there is a need for sustainable development and today energy. All these things are new areas. So the National Education Policy 2020 aims to provide the right skills to foster employability, to prepare our students for the jobs of the future. Future, whatever the jobs were there are no more relevant. They have become obsolete. New types of jobs are coming. So we will have to make our students prepare for the new jobs. We have to inspire our young students to become makers and innovators, not the rote type of learning. It is going to totally, it is more of a student-centric learning that is very, very important. And it wants to transform education and research to strong connection with industry. So it lays, if you go to the document, it lays a lot of emphasis on skills for the future, like hard skills like innovation, robotics, data analytics, system engineering, project management, additive manufacturing. So these are hard skills, So it encourages institutes to impart hard skills, and also soft skills like collaboration, adaptability, active learning, ethics, critical thinking, creativity, and complex problems. So these are the skills that one should impart in the students. So it gives a lot of importance to this. And very important thing that is a key part of this policy is it encourages high quality liberal education. What does it mean? It says that today, in the present system, we have silos type, a civil engineer cannot do anything beyond his curriculum. But now, if you want to get a job, he also should need about AI, ML, and also 3D printing. So we can choose our curriculum depending on the needs and interests, depending on the employment requirements. So that is what it is. So imaginative and flexible curricular structures is the key word. So we can choose our courses depending on the need and requirement. We can have creative combinations of disciplines of study. See, we have now introduced at NIT Warangal what we call as major and minor. So we can choose. A major can be in civil engineering, but a minor can be in computer science. Why? Because that is how the industry is driving. Today, everything is 3D printing, additive manufacturing. So if we don't train our students for these skills, they become unemployable and they become waste. And very interesting thing is multiple exit and entry points. I have seen this pandemic, many people lost their jobs and they wanted to upgrade their skills. So they wrote to me, can we enter the institute again to upgrade in new skills like AI and ML? And we gave opportunity, and really that has enhanced their opportunities for job and innovation, and many people got benefited. Similarly, exit also is required. Many people would like to get out. And very interestingly, you get what it has done which was not existing earlier was, suppose you complete 1 year, like the Madam Governor was telling, you get a certificate after completing 1 year, you get a diploma after completing 2 years, you may get a bachelor's degree after 3 years. So that exit policy is very well defined, so that you don't go out just waste. You will be defined with a lot of things. So I would like to just conclude, because I think the podium, right, she's looking at me, so I don't want to. So this finally, what is happening is, what is unique about this is, anyway, I will be speaking during my session, this is a long session. This NEP offers multi-exit, multi-entry, multidisciplinary, multi-mode, it encourages both online, offline mode, which is very unique, So if you want to increase the gross enrollment ratio, it should be multi-mode, I can study at my own. In fact, UGC has now come with a regulation that a candidate can do 2 degrees simultaneously, one in the morning, one in the evening. So mode is totally, you can have multi-mode. Multi-institute is not just a one institute. You can do a course, the academic bank of credits, where you can choose courses which is offered everywhere. and create your bank and set of credits. So that is very interesting. And then it has got a flexible fee structures, and more importantly, holistic approach to education, a complete wholesome education which is not there earlier, and multi-language. So these are some of the key extracts which I think is going to make our education in par with international standards, and we are going to become Vishwa Guru. You know, that's what our Honorable Prime Minister always says. We want to become Vishwa Guru, and India, earlier we had Nalanda, Takshila, where people used to come from abroad and study, but now we have to go back to our roots and try to re-attain our rich glory. So with these few words, thank you once again. I congratulate Ramu Sharma and others for giving opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. You have wonderfully spoken about how we can choose our own curriculum and courses depending on the need and the requirement, and how the new education policy can sharpen the skills and get multiple opportunities for all the students in the near future. So that was a fantastic talk. Now I request our next speaker, Professor S. Srinivasa Murthy, Director, Institute of Public Enterprise, IPE, Hyderabad, to kindly say a few words. We request you to kindly finish your talk within 4 minutes, please, because we have the next sessions happening, so we are running short of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Hari Om. Most respected Governor Madam and my distinguished panelists here and distinguished invitees, guests. New economic policy, national educational policy. We are hearing two words. 1991, India started economic reforms, and we have seen the benefits. We thought it may be difficult, but we are able to show to the world that India can implement the reforms successfully. Though governments have changed, reforms have continued. So that we have seen the benefits of liberalization, privatization, globalization. Though we have seen some changes in the educational sector, that is all demand side reforms we have seen. Now we are looking at the supply side, what the educational institutions should do. So all the stakeholders in this sector, students, faculty, management of colleges, governments at the center, state, everyone has to very carefully look at the way we can actually implement this national educational policy. As the speakers were telling, one of the best features of this is flexibility to the students. We have seen in the system where students have discontinued the courses just because they are not there in that year, because of some reason or other. I think that is the wonderful feature of this national education policy. We can complete the course. We were giving double the period. If it is a 2-year course, we used to tell you complete in 4 years. And that has gone now. Now, flexibility is there, so we can ensure that students will complete the course either in Hyderabad or somewhere else. Second important thing is the dual degree. We are always thinking you can do only 1 degree, so that there is a TC. So you cannot do second degree. So that limitation gone. A student who is intelligent, who can do more works at a time, is a great opportunity for students. They can do 2 degrees simultaneously. But I think there is always a challenge. 2-horse riding, we say. You should be very careful when take up 2 degrees, where is the importance you are giving, because industry is looking at a qualified product, student, isn't it? If you go for 2 degrees, are you really getting specialization in both the things, or you are diluting? The students have to decide, because the industry always wants the quality product. So how the institutions can improve and bring out with the best product is the greatest challenge. We have to look at the entire process of national education policy in terms of input, process, output. So how is that we can improve the input, that is quality of students taken, how we should recruit the students, and the process, how do we deliver in the classroom, pedagogy. And this pedagogy is very crucial because it should provide the product, final, the 3rd stage output. When they complete the course, they are ready to accept by the industry. Industry is more interested in getting the right type of product. They don't want to spend time on training. Right from the day one, they should be ready to take up the jobs. So the national education policy aims at improving knowledge, skills, attitude, and behavior. It's a more holistic approach. I think we should wholeheartedly work towards implementing in the fullest way, because it is going to benefit all the stakeholders, either industry on the demand side or the institutions, the students on the supply side. So it's the greatest challenge for the teachers, faculty, in providing the best possible curriculum to the students. And now we are going to compete globally. India is going to be the educational superpower. India has already proved that it is an IT superpower. India has already proved that it is a spiritual superpower. It has given yoga to the entire world. Now it is time that we give value-based education to the entire world. India is the only country which can be proud of providing value-based education. Our Indian students are doing very well abroad. Why? Because of our value-based education. It's a great opportunity for us to actually integrate values with education. Already our IITs, IIMs, excellent work they are doing. But we are looking at every institution providing value-based education. And a student coming out with the right skill set, industry should take immediately. There is no more time spent on that. So students have to choose the right course, and institutions should provide the right curriculum, right training, so that at the end, the product is ready to take up the responsibility. So they told 2 minutes. I don't want to take much time because we'll be here for the next session. So I take this opportunity to compliment and thank Hans India as an excellent program, and all the organizers and all the dignitaries here for appearing here. So let us discuss in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Srinivas Murthy garu. Now I would request Dr. Shailesh Sampati from Shiva Shivani Institute of Management to kindly say a few words on this very special occasion.
Learned dignitaries on the dais, friends from the media, guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to put forth 3 salient changes that the NEP 2020 would usher in when fully implemented in the school education system in our country. The first is the 5+3+3+4 instead of 10+2 system in the school education. Changing the pedagogical structure from a 10+2 to a 5+3+3+4 system is in line with international educational standards. This structure is based on taking cognizance of a child's developmental journey during the formative years, as well as trying to ensure that critical characteristics like knowledge seeking, logical thinking, social skills like communication, teamwork, etc. are imbibed. The restructured 5+3+3+4 is a welcome step, and scaling of each child during schooling will increase the stature of skill-based education and increase employability of the youth. 2, instruction in mother tongue till class 5, which Her Excellency was also talking about. Promotion of mother tongue in the education system till class 5 as medium of instruction is a very welcome step. India is home to the world's largest K-12 population, and the universalization of early school education, the push to improve gross enrollment ratio, and a renewed focus on new life skills will help create a stronger assemblage of future leaders in India. The emphasis on primary education in regional languages and the introduction of Sanskrit following the 3-language formula will turn out to be a great blessing to the people of the country, especially in the non-urban areas. The change of focus from English is a strategic move in the NEP to promote national inclusiveness through use of mother tongue to communicate until class 5. Pedagogical research has established in no uncertain terms that children learn best if they learn in their mother tongue in the primary classes. This does not mean that English should not be taught. It only means that English should not be the medium of instruction in the primary years. In a bid to boost education becoming multilingual, the accessibility will increase across the country as institutions will be forced to introduce multilingual platforms to retain students. And lastly, no strict division between different fields. The elimination of rigid streams in secondary education will ensure that no career option is restricted to students due to subject specialization. The relook at the grading system was the need of the hour to ensure fair and accurate analysis of students' potential. With reduced insularity and greater freedom in students selecting subjects of their choice,
The focus will return to holistic learning of all subjects rather than a leaning towards mathematics and sciences. Integration of creative combinations of subjects, specialized learning, character development, blended learning, interdisciplinary methods, and flexible curricula will help strengthen emotional intelligence, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills of students. As an educationist, managing institutions that impart education from nursery to doctoral studies, I am overjoyed to see the lines between liberal arts and sciences disappearing as the modern workplace demands some new age skills that go beyond the silos created by a technical-only education or a liberal arts-only approach. With the flexibility for the choice of subjects across streams, this move in the NEP is aimed at building skills in the students' subjects of interest. This holistic approach will reduce stress on students for competitive exams like JEE and NEET, or even worrying excessively about the 10th or 12th class board examinations. This is a boon for students, but could be a big bane for a lot of coaching institutions that depend heavily on stress of a single score. Ladies and gentlemen, there are a lot of additional changes that would augur well for the Indian educational system when the NEP 2020 is implemented in its totality and followed earnestly and in the right spirit by all the stakeholders, be it the central government, the state governments, the regulating authorities, the parents, the teaching fraternity, the students. In fact, I would go a step further and say by every member of the society. I thank Sri K. Hanumantrao, Managing Director, Sri Ramu Sharma, Chief Editor, and their entire team of the Hans India for giving me an opportunity to present my views on the NEP 2020. I thank my learned fellow speakers and each member of the audience for their patience. I also render my thanks to the wonderful team that was responsible for making arrangements both on and backstage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for throwing insights on the new education policy. Now I request Shri S.V. Kota Reddy, Vice Chancellor from VIT, to kindly say a few words on this very special occasion. He's a veteran academician and administrator with more than 30 years of teaching, research and administrative experience. He has joined VIT Andhra Pradesh family on 16 November 2020. Previously, he has worked as academic president at Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Dubai campus. And it is his sheer determination and meticulous nature that has driven him to being the Vice Chancellor of this prestigious institution. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, put your hands together for Kota Reddy Garu. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the wonderful introduction. And I know you will say only 4 minutes. Definitely, I'll take 4 minutes. I'm very delighted to be part of this conference on National Education Policy 2020. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Hans India to organize this conference. A big round of applause to Hans India. Why I am saying a big round of applause? Because it is the need of hour to organize such conferences. Now, so far, we have seen the theoretical aspects of national education policy. What I want to say, in the academics, we know first the student will learn the theory and student will endorse whatever you learned completely after doing practical. That means theory and practical both are important. As of now, we all know the theory of National Education Policy 2020. Now, this is the time to implement. That is what the experimentation, what I am saying. That means we need to implement this effectively and to the fullest extent what is envisaged in National Education Policy 2020. If you see, the gross enrollment ratio in India is just 26%. The government of India is aiming to have 50% of GED, gross enrollment GER, by 2035. This is not magic. It will not happen in one overnight or 1 year or 2 years. It is by 2035, it has to be 50%. That's what actually the aim of the government. Now, in line with that, the national education policy is designed. One of the main aspects of national education policy is to increase the gross enrollment ratio. If it is implemented effectively, it is possible. As Honorable Governor and other speakers just now mentioned, there is a lot of flexibility in the national education policy. That means, in current situation, at present, the student join a degree program. After 1 year, because of some reasons, that student is discontinuing the program. That's what actually the dropout rate is very, very high right now. But what national education policy is doing is that student need not afraid of the entire duration of the program. They can leave the program after 1 year also. After doing 40 credits, the student is going to get the certificate. After doing 80 credits, the student is going to get diploma. After doing 120 credits, student is going to get a bachelor's degree. After doing 160 credits, that means fourth year, if they continue, then they will get honors degree or research, degree by research. Now, this kind of flexibility will definitely help the students and give the confidence to the students to get into the education. Right now, many students are afraid. After 1 year or after 2 years, they may discontinue because of various reasons. And the national education policy is clearly addressing that. Now, there are so many things, there are so many benefits, I mean, if you get into the national education policy for the students. Particularly, they can do simultaneous degrees. They can acquire the knowledge in various domains. Now, this kind of, the employability will increase, and this kind of flexibility is really good for the country like us. Then at VITAP University, we have introduced design your own degree. Just now, NIT Director mentioned that they have introduced the majors, the minors. Now, similarly, in VITAP University, design your own degree we have implemented this year onwards. That means we have already implemented some extent the national education policy. It is like this. You can design your own degree. Like you can take specialization, you can take minor. That means a mechanical engineering student can take the minor in business administration, minor in the humanities, the minor in law. Now, this kind of flexibility. And they can do specialization, any specializations what they want. Apart from this specializations minors, we are actually majors, we are also introducing the dual degree. You have already implemented this. Two majors, not only dual degree, two majors. Two majors means a mechanical engineering student can do another major in computer engineering. Now, this kind of flexibility should come into the education system. Okay, now, this will help the students to get very good employment. That means in years to come, there is no demarcation between one branch and another branch. Okay, now, everything and every skill should know by everyone. Therefore, it is very, very important to get into the skill-based education rather than focusing only some few areas. Okay, now, the national education policy is addressing that also. Okay, then if you come to another aspect of national education policy is to enhance the research outcome of the country. Okay, now, if you see the publication status in India, we are number 3 in the entire world. That means the total number of publications done by our country is 1,35,000. That was the data in 2018. But whereas China is having the highest number of publications with 5.35 lakhs, and then followed by USA around 4.5 lakhs like that. But though we are in third, but the gap is so large. Now we need to bridge the gap. That means from USA 4.5 lakhs to India 1.3 lakhs, there is a huge gap. Now that gap has to be built. Now another thing, that gap has to be reduced. That means our output, the publication output has to be increased. Not only the output of the publications, the quality of the publications also have to be improved. Now, last year, I visited the Stanford University. Generally, we say the industry should come to the education institution. But in India, it is not happening that way. Industry is not coming to the university. Universities are going to the industry. But whereas in Stanford University, it is different way. The industry came to the university. Industry established the labs in the university. And that kind of tradition has to come in India. The government has to insist the industries to go to the universities. In Western universities, most of us know, the product development happens in the university, followed by the mass production by the industry. But whereas in India, it is not happening still. It is happening, but it is at very, very low scale. That's what actually we can see the patent publications. In patent publications, again, we are 10th in the world. There also, the product development and patent publications have to be improved. Now, at VIT University, again, I just wanted to tell you that in the publications, we are giving a lot of emphasis and we are giving a lot of funding to the faculty members, maybe external funding, not only external funding, internal funding also we are giving. Not only that, we are encouraging faculty members to publish the patents, and university is taking care of the whatever expenses are incurred to publish the patents. And this way, all the universities in the country should come forward and focus on the patent publications and research publications, such that our country will definitely will become #1 in the entire world. Once again, I think I have completed my 4 minutes, therefore, I'll conclude my speech. Once again, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Hans India to give me this great opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kota Reddy Garu. Now we have a quick message from Dr. Kasturi Rangan, who's the chairman of NEP, and he's also the ex-chairman from ISRO. So I'm going to read out the message, which says, thank you for your letter dated May 7th about the conference on NEP. I'm happy to note that organizing a conference on June 18th, 19th on the new NEP, which is both timely and appropriate. I also fully agree with the kind of focus you're giving to this conference involving challenges of transformation, role of different institutions, strategies and demands on resources. Much as I would have loved to be with you on this important occasion, because of my commitments already made for June and July, any new commitment looks to be impossible. As you know, I am now handling the formulation of the National Curricular Framework for the 4 major areas of school education: ECCE, Teacher Education and Adult Education. The government has set a very tight schedule for completing these tasks before this year ends. Therefore, you'll appreciate my inability to accept your invitation. However, I wish the conference the best of success and outcomes, which I am sure will help the different stakeholders with valuable guidance towards implementing NEP 2020. With best regards, Dr. K. Kasturi Rangan. So let's all clap harder for Dr. Kasturi Rangan. So moving on to the next session, I think we're going to start with the first session. Before that, we're going to take a quick 5-minute tea break. Hope all of you are exhausted, so we'll give a quick 5-minute break, and then we request all of you to kindly be back within 5 minutes. The time now is 11:55. We request you all to kindly come back at 12 p.m. sharp. Yeah, sure. So the next session would be on the implementation on dual degree and credit transfer ecosystem. For that, I would request our panelists to kindly be ready. Professor N.V. Ramana Rao, Professor D.V. Ellen Somanjanayalu, Professor Anjal Prakash, Dr. Deepak Amban Mishra, Dr. Raul V. Rodriguez, Professor Dr. Ramesh, Professor S. Srinivasa Murthy. We request all our panelists to kindly be ready after 5 minutes, please. I also request the Hans team to kindly hand over the mementos to all our speakers of this session. So, with us Professor S. Srinivasamurthy, Professor N.V. Ramana, Professor D. S. Jayarama Reddy, and also Dr. Shailesh Sampati, Shri S.V. Kota Reddy. So we are handing over the mementos to all our professors from Hans India team. Thank you once again for joining us on this very special occasion. We're very glad and happy that you've taken out your precious time and you're here today for the second day of educational conference on NEP 2022. We're going to start with the first session in 5 more minutes. So I request all our panelists to kindly be ready, along with our students, parents, principals, and to all our other dignitaries. Thank you once again.
Programs are AICTE approved, and 3 of these programs, PGDM, BIF and IB, they are also NBA accredited. Ranking in NIRF, it is one of the top 100 B schools in India, and it is ranked as among the top 25 B schools in the country.
institute is to be a premier management institute, significantly contributing to corporate world and society. We are trying to accomplish and achieve it with the help and support of all our stakeholders. Faculty at the institute are drawn from industry and academia with a varied and different experience. Outcome-based education system at the institute made everyone to be objective in imparting knowledge and skills. That has prompted SSIM to shift from faculty-centric learning system to student-centric learning system. This has helped SSIM to achieve near to 100% placement every year. Managerial competency development modules really helps the students to prepare themselves.
Madam, you can announce the people who can come to on the dais.
Positively to the corporate world and to the
So let's
society.
start with
Hello,
the
I'm
panel
Dr.
discussion.
Sandhikari, Program Chair
And
of
the
PGD.
discussion would be on the implementation on dual degree and credit transfer ecosystem. We have with us Professor N.V. Ramana Rao, Director from National Institute of Technology, Warangal. He'll be the chair for this session. I would request Professor D.V.L.N. Somanjanelu Garu, Director, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Design and Manufacturing, to kindly join us on the stage, please. I would also request Professor Anjal Prakash, Research Director, Indian School of Business, Hyderabad, to kindly join us on the stage. I would request Dr. Deepak Amban Mishra, Associate Dean, Indian Institute of Petroleum and Energy, Vishakhapatnam, Dr. Raul V. Rodriguez, Vice President from Vocational University, Professor Dr. Ramesh, Regional Director, Indira Gandhi National Open University, Hyderabad, and I would also request Professor S. Srinivasa Murthy, Director, Institute of Public Enterprise, IPE, Hyderabad, to kindly join us for this very interesting panel discussion on the implementation on dual degree and credit transfer ecosystem. So this session is going to last till 1:20 p.m. So after 1:20 p.m. you can shoot your questions for 10 minutes. 1:30 sharp we're going to wind this session. So at 1:30 you can disperse for lunch. So till then I request all of you to kindly concentrate on this session for 1 hour and take some inputs from it. So students, parents and all, please occupy the front seats. Let's start with the panel discussion, sir. Over to Ramana Rao Garu.
So thank you very much. This session actually is titled Implementation on Dual Degree and Credit Transfer Ecosystem. In fact, implementation is something very, very important. Just talking about the policy, anybody can do, but implementation is what we are looking for, I'm sure. We have a very distinguished panel with us. I'll just read out the names just to make sure that you are available. Professor D.V.L.N. So just raise your hand. Okay, he's there. Professor Anjal Prakash. Anjal Prakash is not there. Okay. Dr. Deepak Amban Mishra. Okay. Then we have Dr. Raul V. Rodriguez. Okay. Then we have Professor Dr. Ramesh. Good. And then Professor Srinivasa Murthy is there. So we have about 5 panelists, including me 6. So the session is from up to, they say, 1:30. So we will have discussion till 1:20. And then 10 minutes we'll leave it for question and answers. So I request each speaker to restrict the plan of implementation on dual degree and credit transfer to 10 minutes. And then kindly stick to the time because this is very, very important. And in case you are violating the time, please allow me to stop by announcing in the mic. So kindly stick to the time because time is the essence of everything. So I think, unfortunately, the program got delayed. So each speaker will have about 10 minutes to speak. Now, as a chairman, I will speak first and then set the scene, and others will actually see the implementation. Okay, may I request the computer person to play? Yeah. So I think my PowerPoint is on display. The chairman, I think the speakers, if you want, you can just turn around. So go to the next slide, please. So let us see, coming to the, next. See, this is something which has taken all of us by surprise with the dramatic scientific and technological advances such as big data, ML, many unskilled jobs worldwide has been taken over by machines. So now there's a need for a skilled workforce involving mathematics, computer science, and data science with multidisciplinary abilities across the sciences, social sciences, and humanities, which are now in greater demand. So therefore, we need to train people in these areas. Further, with the climate change, there's increasing pollution and depleting natural resources. There will be a sizable shift in meeting the world's energy, water, food, and many need for new skilled labor is very, very important, especially in biology, chemistry, physics, agriculture, climate change, and so on. So we are just doing engineering, but we should be able to cut across disciplines and do as per the requirement. So that is where there's a need for multidisciplinary learning, and also there's a growing demand for humanities and art. Next, please. Yeah. So it is a responsibility of teachers like us to make our students ready for the future skills, to provide the right skills to foster employment, to prepare them for the jobs of future, to inspire them to become makers and innovators, and to transform education research to a strong connection with the industry. Next, please. Next, please, yeah. So these are the skills of futures. In fact, I have collected from industry leaders, and these are the things, which are going to be driving most of the employment. And majority of the people, if we don't train in these skills, they will be unemployable. We have listed out the hard skills, and I have listed the soft skills. And these are the industry trends, which is driving the current day industry, like digital twin, system engineering, smart factories, smart cities, innovation, renewable energy, logistics, and supply chains. So these are the trends, and which is necessary for academicians like us to change, to train our students in these areas. Next, please. Next. So when it comes to NEP, especially when you are trying to formulate the credit implementation, it says liberal education with broad multidisciplinary. That means imaginative and flexible career structure with creative combination of, what is creative combination? Something which you are not thought of before, but now this is going to be very creative with multiple exit and entry points, and then master's and doctoral education providing research-based specialization. So this is very, very important. Next, please. So a lot of transformative initiatives are there. Undergraduate degree programs of either 3 or 4 years. We have BE, BTech, BA 3 years, whereas BTech is 4 years, with multiple entry and re-entry points, with appropriate certificates, such as a certificate after completing 1 year, you will get a certificate. If you do 2 years, you will get a diploma. So nobody is wasted, everybody will get something else, and I rightly said. And a bachelor degree after 3 years or a program study. Next, please. So what NEP is going to offer, and we are now implementing is, yes, next, please. Go on clicking. It offers multi-exit. It offers, yes, next, please. Multi-entry. Please go on clicking, please. Multidisciplinary, multi-mode, multi-institute, flexible fee, and a holistic approach, and multi-language. So this is what is going to be offered, and it is for academicians like us to formulate the curriculum to suit all these things that have been stated, please. Next, please. And as told by earlier speakers, NEP offers a lot of flexibility, especially flexibility in the pace of learning. Students can learn at their own pace, space, and time. Next. It offers flexibility in choosing the courses. So you can choose courses depending on your needs and interests. So suppose you have a discipline like civil engineering. You have certain core courses, then you also have certain elective courses. So depending on your need and employment opportunities, you can choose the courses. Next, please. You can choose the institution, not necessarily that you have to study only in one institution. The Academic Bank of Credit gives a lot of flexibility to choose the institution. Next. And flexibility in learning methodologies, and flexibility of entry and exit. When people can exit, at what time they can enter. This is how you have to plan the courses. And there are going to be certain educational transformation because of NEP. This next, please. The students, next, can pick the teachers and timing. So that is a flexibility given to the student-centric learning. The student can frame their own courses depending on their needs and interests. So, please, ma'am. Okay, go back. I'm not in control of the computer, so you have to. I think I'll share this PPT, don't worry. You want a photograph of it? Okay, can you, because we don't have time, so kindly, okay, go back, please. They want to go back. Go back, go back. Okay, next, please. Because of time, as a chairman, I have to maintain time, otherwise people. Next, go on clicking next, please. The students can frame their courses according to needs and interests. I don't want to do a course which I am not interested, because waste of time, waste of, and end up I don't need using it during my, actually it has been found that many of the jobs that we are doing, does not match with what we have studied. And actually, when you get into the job, you need to develop new skills which are actually required for that particular job. So this is what NEP offers. It offers you to frame your courses depending on your needs and interests. Next. The students can design their own degrees. Next, please. So it is more of student-centric, you know. I can design a degree in which I am interested like that. So a lot of, and then study to any mode. Next, please. And then student, next, please. Students can take examination on demand, like, you know, you're like a cave, you know, you go to a, when you're ready, you can take this. These are the changes that has been allowed in the NEP and we are implementing. So the next, please. And even the teachers are given a lot of flexibility. The teachers can pick the department of their choice. Next. Please go on clicking. Just to, according to need and interest, they can teach the subject of their choice according to the next, please. Effective delivery system. Next. They can deliver through any mode. You know, sometimes the hybrid mode is better, sometimes offline is better, sometimes online is better. So you can choose the best mode. Next, please. And then you can access new methods. Next. For better assessment. Assessment is very, very important in outcome-based education. So what way you can assess. So we don't examine, we evaluate them. You know, there is a difference. What the student is learning, we can evaluate. Next, please. And then you can have a right mix of research and teaching, especially, you know, the higher education without research, especially in areas like computers. If you don't teach them the latest development, then they will not be employable. So that is a problem. Next, please. So in fact, some of the good practices which has been listed out in NEP is you can have blended teaching learning, flipped classroom, practice-based V-labs, more design orientation, more research orientation, student-centric, varied pace of learning. So all these things now we have to incorporate into the curriculum. Next, please. So the curriculum has to be modified because in this new, we have to revisit the curriculum. The old curriculum will not fit NEP. So one of the first requirement is all of us will now, if you want to implement the dual degree and the credit transfer, you have to revisit the curriculum and make sure that in the curriculum, flexibility and efficiency is there. You have to keep the interest and well-being of the students in focus, introduce innovations and creativity in the curriculum of each course, and then do all this. Next. So I'll just run through, sorry for the time. Next, please. So, see what we have done at NIT, just I'll show one example and then especially. So we have restructured our existing BTech programs with multiple exit options. For example, after completing 1 year of study, he will get a 1-year certificate program in engineering sciences. After completing 2 years of study, he will get a diploma in say, civil engineering, let us say. After 3 years, he will get an advanced diploma, and then 4 years, he will get a BTech in engineering. So this is how we are allowing, we already implemented NEP, let me say. You know. Next, please. Similarly, the existing programs have been restructured with major and minor disciplines of study. So a BTech in civil engineering can take a minor in computer science engineering. So that is a creative combination which you are allowing. And then you have a BTech with honors with research focus in civil. So all these things have been implemented in tune with the NEP. Next. So minor discipline can be any of the following. You have a BTech with major disciplines. Next. So minor disciplines can be, next please, go on clicking. Any engineering other than the branch of engineering which he is studying. So you can have a minor in economics, law, arts, Indian languages. So you can choose depending on the employment. For example, biology may become very important in the coming future. So these are the changes that one needs to be introducing in this. And then there are industrially relevant bachelor's programs. So we have done all these experiments. We also have a 5-year BR. All these new courses have been introduced at NIT Warangal to implement the NEP. Next. Go on next, please. Yeah, these are some ideas just to tell. Next, please. So basically, go on next. Similarly, the postgraduate programs have also been revised, keeping in collaboration with industry. Next. Then integrated 5-year dual degree programs. We have BTech and MTech programs and all these things. So the credit requirements are same. Next, please. Go to next. 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 So these are some of the models, I don't want to run through it, but just for information, what we have done, and they are running very successfully. Next. So now, this is very important. The academic bank of credit is something very unique to NEP. It is an academic service mechanism as a digital virtual online entity established and managed by Ministry of Education. So Ministry of Education will maintain the account of all the students, how many credits is being taken, and what it allows is it facilitates students to become its academic account holders and pave the way for seamless student mobility between or within degree granting. So I can move from one institution to other institution depending on the courses being offered. Suppose if there's a course which is not offered in your institute, you can take that course in IIT, provided that you have to pass all the requirement and all that. So there will be a formal system of credit recognition, credit accumulation, credit transfers and credit redemption, like a bank, your account, to promote distributed and flexible teaching. This is next. So now you can just click, go on clicking please. So you have, what does the academic, please click. So the notion of branches are broken or type of degree is broken, stop. Then you can convert credit, like notion of educational currency is broken, the notion of physical campus location broken, notion of time of education broken. Similarly, the notion of mode of education. So these things are now have to be implemented in the credit system. Next please. I'll close after this. Next. So like what UGC has done, UGC has come out with a clear policy. They says they have a student account. So how many credits each student has earned, they'll put them in the account, and then they'll say how many credits can be. So students can tailor their degrees. See, earlier it was not possible now. So students can tailor the degrees to make specific modifications or special rather than undergoing the rigid, regularly prescribed degree or course of single off. So depending on the need, depending on your interest, you can actually tailor make your courses. Next please. Then the examination also is going to be changed. Next. You'll have new technologies coming into education, which is not there. So, see, now technology is going to take over the education. We have seen the pandemic, how technology has actually revolutionized the teaching learning, and this is what is going to happen next. Next. So, this is my last slide, and then I have got the implementation plan, but I will not speak on that. I will request the other speakers to it. So, from fragmented higher education, we are going to multidisciplinary. From subcritical research funding to NRF. NRF is a national research funding where 50,000 crores have been allotted in this budget for research. And this is open to all institutes, private, public. Earlier, the central universities, the higher institutions had our advantage in getting research funding. We are moving from research and development to relevance and delivery. And then from tight government control to autonomous higher education. So an education institution will be given autonomy to design degrees, to train the students, to create courses. And then the gross enrollment ratio will going to be increased from 26.3 to 50%. So I would stop here. I think I now request Professor Somayajulu, sir, from Open University, Dr. Ramesh, to please discuss. You can quit this, please. Yeah, please.
Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, dear learners of the 21st century, we welcome you all. I sincerely, on behalf of Indira Gandhi National Open University, thank Hans India for organizing this program. In fact, the 21st century education is built on 4 skills, 4 pillars. They are learning to know, learning to be, learning to do, learning to live together. These are the 4 essential skills. 4 essential skills to be successful in the 21st century. That's what the United Nations Education Commission, what we call DELERS, has defined. Going by this one, we should have, this younger generation should have, all that generations who are in 21st century should have 3 essential skills: learn, unlearn, relearn. How much fast, how much flexible, how much dynamic you are in these 3 take you to the levels and decides your pace of improvement, development, and progress. This is the bedrock. This is the benchmark for any learner of this 21st century. If you see, the National Education Policy 2020. It is almost breaking the barriers. Otherwise, the education system was holed up with all restrictions, with all rules, regulations of regulatory bodies and all. Now, it is almost the barriers have been broken in a way that there are common norms. No norms for private or public is a common norms. No affiliation. No need of going for affiliation. The institution or university themselves can choose, can make and formulate their own rules and regulations as per the decisions of their academic council as well as their management bodies. So this is what the flexibility that is brought in this NEP 2020. Dear audience, the Bloomberg News Analysis made an analysis of the United Nations World Population data. By 2027, 1 billion or 80% of the world labor force will be from India. You can see the biggest emerging force is coming out from India. The problem here is how to make them skilled. Skilling, reskilling, reskilling. That is the biggest challenge. So this challenge has been suitably addressed by the National Education Policy 2020 by bringing together the skills into the higher education at all levels, right from primary education to the higher education. This is the greatest thing. And it has mitigated the differences and the blocks and the barriers of different levels of learning. You say the curricular, co-curricular, extracurricular, there were barriers, weightage-wise, important-wise, priority-wise. Now 3 are one and same. So flexible, so flexible. It is the need of the hour that the NEP has come now. And invariably, India is going to be the top in this century in terms of technology, in terms of job market, in terms of productivity, in terms of quantity. These are the 4 essential ingredients which we can see in this National Education Policy 2020. Now or never. That has become the slogan of this government. And the 58-page document, unlike the voluminous documents of Mudaliar Commission 50-53, Indian Education Commission Kotari 64, 62, 66, and the New Education Policy 1986 voluminous, this has come into 58-page, an expression of hopes and aspirations and ambitions of the people of India. Because the type of exercise done by government was not for 1 year or 2 years, it went for 5 years, thousands of rounds, right from village panchayats to the highest level of democratic forums. The essence, the churning of the ideas of the Indians have been enshrined by Kasturi Rangan in the document National Education Policy 2020. Such a wonderful document really elevates the hopes, the strength and potentials of this 21st century, and it will boost the image of the nation. People say 21st century will be the nation of India. Not even Asia, people say, but I rightly say it is the century of India. And if you see the 2 things, that's what we call the dual degree and the credit transfer, are lifelines of this national education policy. If you see the dual degree, twinning the program, that means the 2 universities will prepare the program, part of the program by one institution, other by the other institution, twinning the program. or joint degree programs, or dual degree. There are 3 types. So this NEP adopted dual degree programs. Really, it is not only designing it, but the rules, the guidelines are framed so flexible and left to the institutions. If you see the UGC guidelines on this one, it is a 2-page document left to the institutions to frame about this part. That's the beauty of this. That's why you say all regulatory bodies are being submerged. Otherwise, it used to be very difficult task, Herculean task to get the approval for any program to introduce in any university. So that has gone. And now you see, because with this dual degree program, we are saving the money and the time, international collaboration, global citizenship, and elevated what we call it as the social mobility and upgradation of knowledge and skills. This is what we can see in the younger generation. And coming to the credit transfer, if you see, it is the student is at liberty. Choice, it is his choice, taste, passion. They can choose their subject. Not only that, course and subject and discipline. Anywhere, anytime, any level. Such is the flexibility given in the credit transfer. And it gives a lifelong learning, which is an essential element of the 21st century. And coming to these 2 aspects, the credit transfer and the dual degree, there is one university, dear audience, please, which has been doing these 2 in letter and spirit, has been identified as the world's largest open university, Indira Gandhi National Open University, with an annual intake of 7 lakhs. And doing all this, the theory part has been told here, the practical part is being enforced already by Indira Gandhi National Open University, which has been the central university, the world's largest university. So let me share a few of the activities that it is taking pertaining to the national education policy. 2 things I wish to mention here. The IGNO, when I say Indira Gandhi National Open University, IGNO has reached an MOU with Ministry of Skill Development Entrepreneurship, thereby offering the programs, conventional programs and skill-based programs jointly. And we have tied up with ITIs, Prime Minister Kaushal Kendras, Janashikshana Samsthans, all such technical institutions. Whatever the technical part they are giving, we take 60 credit, and IGNO will make them to undergo 60 credits. Together it comes to 120, and they will be given a degree of 3 years graduation.
Professor Ramesh, you have 2 minutes.
Sir, please. Okay, okay. So that is the one understanding, and the IGNO is going to empower, enlighten the educated community of India with a program, awareness development program on national education policy and understanding reached with the government of India. So there are 17 lakhs faculty at university level, degree college and other institutions. They are going to be trained by IGNO. And then when I say the dual program, already IGNO is offering additional certificate program. In addition to the degree they are offering, any learner who is taking the admission can offer the certificate program. And thereby, it is providing the 24 hours educational channels, Gyan Dhara, Gyan Darshan, Swayam Prabha, channel 17, 18, 19, 20 likewise. And we have modular programs. Certificate, you can get off, then diploma, PG diploma, and if you go there for 3 years, you will get the degree. So likewise, there is a modular programs are there in this aspect. And we have developed a wonderful knowledge hub We call it as an e-GAN course, all the programs. That means 236 programs of IGNOU have been kept on open access, OER, to any learner in India, whether he's a learner of IGNOU or anybody, open access, the IGNOU material, the world-class material, which got 3 times Commonwealth of India award also. So that is how it is contributing to this one. And we have a Vidya portal also where you can apply for scholarship, and even you can see, you can even not certificate or degree, course-wise registration also you can do, 1 course or 2 course or 3 course. So this is what I mean to say, that the NEP 2020 is really, we have missed the bus, but this is the one document breaking the barriers and a hope. A role model India is going to emerge in this 21st century, and hope you all will go through this document, and the institution, the IGNOU, which is spearheading this one in the forefront in implementation, will certainly help you all to achieve your goals and destination. I sincerely thank Hans India for giving this unique opportunity. Dhanyavad, Jai Hind.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sticking to the time. Now I invite Professor DVLN Somayalu, Director, Indian Institute of ITDM at Kurnool, please.
Professor N.V. Raman Rao, Chairperson of the session and Director of NIT Warangal, other dignitaries on the dais, students, friends, and other invitees. Very good afternoon to all of you. So in fact, the topic today in the panel session given is credit transfer and credit ecosystem. Here I would like to highlight key important points from the implementation perspective, because many of my earlier speakers talked about the principles of NEP and what are all the things as part of NEP, etc. So you all know that the traditional Gurukulam concept has now changed to Shishyakulam concept. So because of that, there is a lot of transformation and changes are happening in the form of systems, existing systems and processes that are adopted in the universities and higher learning institutions. So then what kind of changes are required and what are the transformations that need to be done needs to be critically deliberated. That's very, very important from the stakeholders' point of view. Who are the stakeholders? Students are the key stakeholders, who are the learners, and faculty and administration to bring the infrastructure. What are the changes required to cater the policy guidelines of NEP into a reality is very important. So therefore, the main purpose here is the objective is to reduce the overload on the students. Curriculum load needs to be reduced to the student because all learners are of, some may be fast learners, some may be slow learners, etc. So we are giving greater flexibility for the student to learn. So to do that, what are the changes required from the other side also is important. So what I feel is industry connect is very, very important from every education institute point of view, and the teachers are to be trained well first on the implementation aspects, particularly how do we enhance the skill-oriented training for the students. This is very, very important. So in this connection, in fact, Professor Raman Rao has already mentioned NIT Warangal has conducted a lot of training programs, etc. In fact, we trained more than 25,000 faculty members in AI/ML, data analytics, outcome-based education, etc. under the umbrella of Electronics and ICT Academy set up at NIT Warangal, right? So but that is not sufficient. From the NEP perspective, what are the changes required for training of faculty also needs to be deliberated at length. That's one point I would like to highlight. Then another point is that traditional knowledge transfer. Earlier days, teacher used to, whatever is there in his mind by referring different books and other resources, etc., is delivering in the classroom. So now the teacher role is to motivate the students to construct the knowledge, not the knowledge transfer. Teacher should help the student to construct the knowledge, right? Then earlier days, students used to follow the orders given by the teacher. Now today, as part of NEP, students have to follow their passion for learning. That's very important. Then the traditional learning in classroom is again transformed to 24/7 learning by the students, anytime, anywhere. That's why our ODL, blended learning, all these things came into existence. Then instead of solving problems, students should be motivated and trained to design the problems. Design-based curriculum is important. So these are the 4 important points what I thought is relevant, because already other speakers talked about dual degree, etc. That's why I am skipping those portions. Then from these perspectives, in fact, UGC has already given directions for the students to do 2 degrees, one in one school and another in another school or department, or one in blended mode and one in traditional mode, etc. Some guidelines are already given. As my predecessor mentioned, there is a great deal of expansion is required to deliberate and then bring a common uniform standards across the universities and institutions. Then keeping that in view, in fact, we have at NIT Kurnool, we started some activity as part of NEP also. So we introduced a minor program in data, AI and machine learning, and drones and robotics, then smart manufacturing, and any student can register and then attend these courses right from the 4th semester onwards, and they have to complete 16 credits of courses to get a minor specialization with skill. And every course is linked with practicals, and students have to complete one design project also, in particular minors also. In fact, I am also director of NIT Kanchipuram. So at Kanchipuram, they already started dual degree programs in 2 different ways. One is BTech and MTech, they can both complete in 5 years. Their admission process is through JEE mains, and 20 seats are there in each program. So all the programs are running very successfully in the last 8 years. Then also we have a BTech honors and MTech within the department, whereas dual degrees across the departments. So that's why people call this as a double major or double degree, right? So, and some students, MTech students, whoever is interested to convert into their PhD, immediately after 1 year, they can register for PhD, and then project work is linked with coursework, and then they can complete coursework and project work together, and then register for PhD. So these programs are already in place at Kanchipuram, and Kurnool we are planning to implement in the next year these activities. Recently we signed an MOU with IIIT Allahabad to implement an NEP across 3 IIITs, Kurnool, Kanchipuram and Allahabad, under flexible academic program. Whatever the policy document says, all those documents are part of this, and we are opening the students and faculty to offer courses for initially to know the implementation challenges. We started this experiment so that we can streamline and then bring standards and standard documentation for the processes. So this is about the implementation point of view. Now, LTP, traditional LTP concept is also need to be changed as in view of NEP policy. Here, traditional way of learning is L means lecture hour. That lecture hour must be transformed to listening comprehension. Then T tutorial is transformed to transacting ability of the learner. And P practicals is participatory learning.
Professor, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. So therefore, the teamwork, case studies, project-based learning, design-based courses, they're all important. So in these 3 triplets, we have design courses also as part of our curriculum. So these are some of the points I thought it is worth considering from the implementation aspects of NEP 2020. I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to share my experiences with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Professor S. Srinivasmurthy, Director, Institute of Public Enterprise. Sir, you have 10 minutes.
Respected Chair and the dignitaries and esteemed audience, students, faculty and other members. Morning we were discussing that it is the greatest reform. National education policy is the greatest reform we have ever seen. Why? Because if you see the educational sector in India, we have different syllabuses, curriculum, state curriculum, central curriculum, and within that again, every university has got its own curriculum syllabus. We have seen JNTU. Under JNTU, I think more than 250 engineering colleges will be there. We are at a system where university decides the curriculum and all affiliate colleges will follow that. Even there were challenges there because they were not able to implement the curriculum given by the university. See, they were not able to offer the electives, they were not having faculty, they were not having infrastructure. So reality is somewhat different. That is the reason I am saying greatest challenge, because now we should raise the bar. So our curriculum, our systems, procedures, faculty standards, everything should be global standard nature. So how is it possible? Only through continuous training only it is possible. So earlier we also have in management at IPE also we offer dual specialization. Student can take, say, functional specialty like marketing, finance, HR. They can go for business analytics. So that combination will always work, even in dual degree also. Students should be very cautious while choosing degrees because they should be complementary to each other. So one degree is main, full-time. The other one is part-time, which could be through MOOCs or online, any other online or anything. That should supplement the main degree. Otherwise what happens, their time will be wasted. So they should choose a combination of 2 degrees where they will be benefited and industry will find it as there is a synergy that is happening because of these 2 degrees. Otherwise students will be wasting their time. Second important thing, why it is a flexibility for the students, it is a greatest challenge for the institutions. Why? Because there is multiple exit and entry. So now we have a system where this is a 4-year course. That means you know that during 4 years, so many students are there, so much of revenue is expected. Accordingly, you are paying salaries to the faculty. Now imagine a situation where 50% of the students, they disappear in the 2nd year. What about revenues to the institution? What about paying salaries to the faculty? So these are the challenges the institution should expect. Over a period of 15 years, you don't find this concept of affiliated colleges. So you should have your own institution, higher education institution, which has teaching, research, and skill development as important points. So that it is the greatest reform we can say, because we should think about it and also design the strategies how we can sustain in the long run. United Nations has taken as the Millennium Development Goal. By 2030, we should have the quality education. So every country will be working towards that. So in India, considering our own constraints, how the institutions will come together to reach this challenge of quality education. It's not the numbers, it is the quality that is important. Finally, there are 2 important stakeholders who are going to be benefited. On the one hand, the student has the flexibility with regard to curriculum. On the other hand, we have the industry getting the best of the talent they are able to get. But in between, the facilitators, the management and faculty, they have to play a greater role. You have to create the infrastructure. You have to create the right type of curriculum. And then only it is possible the people can come to you, or you can see that no one is leaving you. So retention of students becomes a challenge for the institution. Even retention of faculty also may be a challenge. If the revenue resource of institutions, college gets affected, imagine about the future of the institution. So institution should think long term, have its own strategies, it should have its own curriculum, and it is a multidisciplinary. Now we are going towards an era where anybody can do anything. Anybody can do anything. So the credit transfer mechanism will enable that if you get certain number of credits, you are entitled to get this. You are entitled to get this. And there should be acceptability by the industry for that. Another important thing. We are having curriculum. Industry should also appreciate the effort of this government and various institutions and acceptability of that. Industry will always say that, am I getting a trained person or not? Skilled person. That is the only litmus test by the industry. You follow whatever curriculum, whatever you do, but I want a person who can do this job. That's the reason the focus is on skill development. As long as we have this skill development as the core agenda for institutions, there is no problem. There is no problem at all. At the end of this 4-year period, are they ready to do the expectations of the industry? Only advantage in the entire process is that there is no question of wastage of time here. Earlier, a student in a 4-year engineering degree course, if he has done 2 years and left it, and is not able to touch it for 4 years, gone. 2 years efforts have gone, but not like this now. If you have done for 1 year, suddenly you have to go to a foreign country or some other family business, that 1 year you will get a certificate course. If you are able to for 2 years, you are able to get diploma. If you are able to do for 3 years degree, 4 years honors. And if you have a very good research output, you are able to bring out, you may be considered for PhD admission as well. That's the reason it is a very remarkable policy which actually changed the entire educational scenario in the country. Certainly, students will be benefited. And we also find some institutions are coming institution of eminence. And we find students coming from other countries to do courses here. Earlier, there were so many restrictions. Even to admit the foreign students, there was a restriction. So regulation era is over. But please remember that whenever there is a liberalization, there is also a possibility for a downfall in the quality of education. We have seen that. Typical example, our own children, in the intermediate stage, lot of pressure from the parents, teachers.
You have 2 minutes.
95%.
You have 2 minutes more.
Yes. 95%, 98%. Then they came to engineering, free. They are failing in the first year. How a student with 95% can fail in first year? So that liberalization, complete restrictions were there. So there was a lot of focus. The moment they came to graduation, freedom was given. So that freedom was misused, not properly channeled. Unfortunate to find students with 95% intermediate failing in first year engineering. It all depends upon how there is a responsibility for the parents as well. Teachers, parents play a major role here. Our own value system plays a major role here, right? And our elders have been always saying that time is more valuable than money. Very, very important. The people, the students who utilize time effectively, they are going to be winners. They can do dual degrees, they can do any specializations, and they are able to prove their talent. But the people who think that 2 degrees only will help, without putting their efforts, they are going to face the music. Because they are neither they are not having expertise in any of the 2 areas. So we should only be cautious about that. So the institutions which introduce systems should have a long-range planning, train the people, have the opportunities, and what are the various pros and cons of implementation. Finally, they have to continue as institutions in the near future as well. So really we are going to have exciting time, and schools, junior colleges, degree colleges, universities, entire educational scenario is a big revolution we are going to see. And we are fortunate that we are part of that, but at the same time we have a challenge of channelizing the whole thing to see that India emerges as the winner in the entire globe. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Now it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Raul V. Rodriguez, Vice President, Vocational University 2. Sir, you have 10 minutes.
Respected Hans India and dignitaries, thank you so much for having me here today, as well as yesterday. Pretty much everything has been covered on this topic, but I am going to touch upon certain areas, mostly from a global spectrum, which is where I have a more in-depth understanding, considering I'm the only one in the panel who is not Indian. So keeping that in mind and keeping in mind my foreign education experience as well, I will merge back what I explained yesterday, which I think you were not here. So mainly, just to sum it up in one sentence, instead of bringing global education into India, the purpose should be to bring Indian education in the global scenario. So just going in this line of thought. First point I have is we have spoken a lot on students, but we have not spoken too much on learners. Now, learners is not just students, it's also the parents, it's also the teachers, it's even any administrative staff at the school or any entity. This is a topic which is very well covered by an accreditation body in the area of management called ASCSB, which is an American accreditation. They cover very extensively the area of learners and how the holistic learning scenarios require. That's something which we need to assess in terms of how are we going to train the teachers or the parents, because learning or educating the families is equally important, not just the students. I tell you where I'm coming from. If we talk about mother tongue or regional languages that we're talking about today and yesterday, it is quite a remarkable step to, yes, put a regional language in the education system, but how will you actually ensure the assurance of learning? If you have in class certain students that are learning from different languages, how will you ensure that all of them are perceiving and absorbing the learning in the same way, despite the different languages? At the same time, you must know, when you talk about AOL, the assurance of learning, you talk about direct and indirect attainment. When you talk about direct attainment, it's the assessments, the examinations, the capstone projects. But when you're talking about indirect attainment, you have to collect feedback from the government, from the corporates, from the industry. How we done that? And if we have not done it, then maybe it's time to do it at your institutional level in order to ensure that that learning is absorbed by the students. Because end of the day, we can put on subjects such as opera, music, sports in the curriculum, no problem at all. However, is that going to just reflect on paper and there's going to be a class deliver, or there is going to be any sort of incoming going to the students? They're going to really absorb it, the value of it, and if so, how are you measuring it? That measurement is required, not just through general Bloom's taxonomy, but other areas that are covered in the OL are also important. A third point I have, which we have not discussed at all, is the microcredits. Now, this is a pretty, you can say, Western European American concept, which is the stackable microcredits. Here, you can have microcredits from either different educational institutions, along with industry, along with platforms such as Coursera or EDX or Swayam in India. There are various options to do it. I tell you one option that we normally pursue in case of Woxen University. If we have an MBA program, which is a 2-year program, in that MBA program, one of the options is a microcredit system, which is in line with pursuing dual degree as per the NEP. Now, if you talk about microcredit, along with an MBA program, students pursuing up to 20 additional credits can achieve an MSc in management or an MSc in finance, along with the MBA. How do you achieve this? In our case, we have almost 90 international partners, 90. So in our particular scenario, I'm talking about our case alone, we can partner with institutions such as, let us assume, any university in Paris or Porto Business School or even University of Delaware in the US. And we will ensure that they deliver some 4 to 5 credits and they'll issue their certification. We will deliver our 3 credits, and maybe we will partner with AWS or Microsoft to deliver another 2 credits, and we will combine it all together, and that will be an stackable microcredit, which is a micro certification. So the number of credits will be along with the MBA program. So simultaneously, students will achieve MBA plus an MSc or in management or in finance, along with the original degree. So this will give them a scope abroad. Because we should remember, and that is very clear, and I'm talking especially across fields, but in this example in particular, if you talk about management education, and engineering applies the same way, and so the other fields, An MBA program, which in India may be sold or offered to students without experience, is not so abroad. Abroad, an MBA program is for students with at least 3 to 5 years of experience, minimum. Abroad, it's called Masters in Management or MSc in Management. Consequently, if our own students go to foreign universities or foreign industries with an MBA with zero experience, they will not get a proportional job to their expectations. Consequently, we have to give them what is accepted here, nationally, and what is accepted elsewhere, so they can open their bandwidth drastically. So this is where we have particularly worked on, and I see many institutions are trying to follow the same logic worldwide. So those who are not following stackable microcredits, I suggest you really think how you would like to do it. It's an American concept, American-European concept, which is really working out very well in a merger with industry. My fourth point, and I have only fourth and fifth, so my fourth point is dual degree / double degree / credit transfer. We have talked about dual degree in India of 2 Indian institutions pursuing 2 degrees, morning, evening, etc. I'll propose a different bandwidth, again from the global spectrum. In our case, we have 5 schools. Now, if you talk about undergrad programs, they will be either 3 and now soon to be 4 years, except engineering, which was already 4 years anyway, or architecture, which was 5 years. But generally, BA or BDES, BDES is 4 years as well, BA is 3 years at the moment, and BBA is also 3 years. If you do all these programs, you can have a 2+1 or 1+2. If it's postgraduate programs, will be a 1+1. And even PhD can be with a foreign guide, along with your core guide in your institution. In our model, we look at dual degree or double degree from a different spectrum. We ensure that at least in a cohort of master degree students, out of the cohort of 200 or 100, 30 will go to a foreign institution for 1 year. So they will pursue a 1+1. The first year of degree in India, the second year of degree in a foreign university of our partner line. They will all be offered a discounted rate. So instead of paying the tuition fees, which they normally offer, they will offer maybe 40% less of those tuition fees. And accommodation and food tends to be free by them. Likewise, in our case, when we receive students. So in this case, we will offer credit transfer with the curriculum alignment, and they will get the 2 separate degrees. Our own degree and their degree, because normally their programs are for 1 year. So they will pursue it and complete it, and they will get the Indian degree as well, so there is no problem while coming back home. In this mode is an option that the NEP has really facilitated quite a bit, because it was not there officialized, though it was there in the market, but it was not there in a very official way. So it has really made easy that international spectrum. But one very important point, which you have seen on the news, top global universities, top by the rankings, of course, they wish to come in India now and set up campuses, such as Harvard, Stanford, Oxford, and the like. We should be a bit careful with that. I'll tell you why. Their educational guidelines are different, and though they may adjust to their Indian guidelines, we should keep in mind that bringing global education into India does not mean the quality will rise. Instead, you have to rise it internally from bottom level, including schooling, and then you will go into the global scenario. No, not by importing that education in the picture. So that is quite important. I am telling you this, having studied all my degrees abroad, that there is, in the last 10 years I've been here, I found that
Dr. Rao,
2 minutes. 2 minutes. I found that Indian education has true core value from the last 2,000 years plus. You should not forget that, you should not lose that. If you lose the historical or heritage component to it, you will fall prey to foreign practices which may or may not apply here. So that has to be remembered. And the last point, and with this I end, beyond academicians and industry, we have to educate families and parents and other stakeholders. We introduced an NEP. Have the parents read the NEP? Have the actual parents been trained in the NEP? What are credits? What are stackable microcredits? What is assurance of learning? What is dual degree? What is interdisciplinary education? Have we trained them? Have we actually taught them? Has media covered enough to train maybe individuals who do not speak English, who cannot read entirely or understand in depth what is going on in the NEP? That is important, because otherwise we're going to go in loops. What is going to happen is that parents will not understand, so they will not send their children for that. So that is an important point to keep in mind. And with these 5 points, I summarize pretty much everything beyond what already the dignitaries have covered. So once again, thank you so much to Hans India and my colleagues as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now I invite Dr. Deepak Aman Mishra from Associate Dean, Indian Institute of Petroleum and Energy. You have 10 minutes.
Honorable the chairman of the program and the members on the dais and my name dear young friends. So pretty much have been said about this NEP. What I understood from NEP is it gives a lot of flexibility both to the students and to the institutions. Students, again, they can choose their courses, they can select their courses, they can design their degree. And institutions, like, they will have the flexibility to give that particular degree which has been chosen by the students. So in higher education, in higher education, what we talk about is it's about the multiple, multidisciplinary approach for holistic development, and then second thing is the multiple entry and exits that we are talking about. So in this, for these things, the dual degrees and the academic bank of credit or the credit transfer that we are talking about will play a major role. Dual degree, what we understood, like now that when student will have the flexibility to choose their one degree of their interest, they may not go for 2 degrees simultaneously. But what they will be interested in, they will be interested in a, let's say, a degree in dual degree like BTech, MTech, or like integrated MSc program, integrated MTech program, MSc Tech program, joint MTech PhD programs like this. And when you have the multiple entry and exit options, particularly when you have exit options, you have enrolled in a particular course called, let's say, dual degree BTech, MTech program, then you will have the flexibility. You can go out in the second year, you'll get a certificate for that, and for that, what sir said is, the acceptability from the industry or the jobs, givers has to be there. And in order to achieve that thing, we have to include those in industries or the organization who are giving jobs in our curriculum development as well. So not in terms, at least they can offer a part of the degree, a particular course. Like for example, let's say we are designing a course on MI or any energy-based renewable energy. So partly the theory part, classroom teaching can be given by the student faculties, and the practical aspects that has to be tied up with the industry who will give them they will be involved in this particular process, so that they at the latter point they should not have the problem. Now coming to this credit transfer thing. Now credit transfer will have it's a kind of what we call it as academic block of credit, credit. So or ABC, as it is called by UGC. So that will be a kind of repository, virtual repository, where your credits will be stored. And but the problem there is now how, let's say you have a certain number of credit which enabled you to get a certificate degree, let's say, or enabled you to get a diploma degree. But when you are going to other institution and you are going to join in the second year or third year, then the other institution where you are going to join, they should accept the degrees. That is the, therefore this universal culture that, or the Indian government, what it is saying, that instead of having so many categories of institutions, what they have planned is they will have the institutions, teaching-based universities and research-based universities, and the research-based universities, they will what they are calling it as MERU, multidisciplinary educational research universities. So they will have the all the branches in them, so that student will have the opportunity to choose between, inside the institutes at least, and then they will have the, when they are designing their own degree, so they can, they should accept the, credits that are being stored by the student in their academic block of credit. Now coming to this, how our institution, my institution is called Indian Institute of Petroleum Energy. It is an institute of national importance. It has been enacted by the Act of Parliament, and it is at par with IITs and IIMs. So it is under the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. So currently we have 3 programs mainly: BTech in Petroleum, BTech in Chemical, and PhD in all these basic science branches and all these things. And the programs which are coming up here is Energy Engineering, Applied Geology, and Mechanical Engineering. So these are the programs which are coming up. This institute is pretty new, okay? And in order to have this, joint programs, joint degree programs, like we have started with joint PhD programs with foreign universities. For that, we have signed MOUs with University of Houston and University of Texas and AM. And currently, as I am speaking here, we are my team is already discussing with a group of universities of Norway, which is being led by the University of Bergen, for this possible collaboration, where we can offer the joint PhD program in the beginning, and gradually we will start, start giving these programs. Now the other implementation plans what we have planned is, we have planned a 3-year MSc Protect program, where student will have the option of exit at the end of 2 years, so they can have the they will get the degree of MSc, and when they complete the 3 year, they will get the MTech degree. So second thing is, for BTech program also we have the multiple exit and entry program. That is, we have we have planned to give the names as certificate program in basic science, certificate program in engineering sciences, then diploma, then the BTech degree. Now we have the MTech research program. That is, it is we can also call that joint MTech PhD program, where the first year they will do the coursework, and next year they'll have to do the project. And if they don't, let's say, do not want to continue after first year, they'll get a degree, that MTech without thesis. And then if they are getting, let's say, want to go out after second year, then they will have to, they'll get the degree MTech with thesis. And after that, it will be like they will have the option of getting the PhD degree as well. They can convert this their research work to to get the PhD degree also. So apart from this, we have also adopted this online programs, where now these people particularly from industries who cannot come to colleges, institutions, even for their coursework for the PhD degree, then for them actually this kind of online coursework programs and all.
Sir, you have 2 minutes more.
Sure. So these things, these online programs, which is now this pandemic has taught us, almost all the universities, how to do this online thing, and it is being adopted pretty good. And another thing which we are planning is accepting the international students. So this is also being discussed in our Senate. So we are going to, first we'll start with the research, then we'll take the student in MTech and master level. And then, so this is how our institution, that is Indian Institute of Petroleum and Energy, we are planning to implement NEP. And so thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you, Hans India, for organizing this particular conference.
So thank you, Professor, for keeping the time, and I think we are well on time. I would invite any questions. I would like to thank my panelists for sticking to the time and having a very fruitful discussion, and also throwing some very interesting ideas. So we have time for, I think, 3-4 questions. You can just introduce yourself and ask the question.
Hello. Yes, sir. Thank you for the wonderful insights. I just want to know that.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. I am Vasu. Sir, actually, my children are studying in degree. Actually, actually all the speakers are discussing about the technically and regarding core subjects. So actually nobody has discussed about the BCom degree, BA degree. So actually I want to know about my children that actually he was in BCom degree. So he want to go in core subject side. Is there any possibility? Is there any suggestion from your side?
See, I think it's a very important question that you mentioned.
Yes.
See, basically, NEP offers a basket of courses, So you have the core courses, and then he can choose, apart from these core courses,
yes,
some elective courses depending on his needs and interests.
Okay.
It is possible.
Yes.
So
Sir,
NEP, the key word is flexibility.
Yes, sir.
See, the flexibility which was not there earlier, now it has been given. It is called as student-centric, and student can choose his courses according to his needs and interests.
Okay.
There was one lady who spoke first, and I think.
Yeah. So we'll take 2-3 questions at a time, and then we'll answer.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you for the wonderful insights about
Can you
NEP.
throw the light on the woman who is speaking?
Yeah, please put light focus on her. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, sir, actually I just want to know that as per our Indian culture, it's been taught to us that there must be one goal and we have to work hard to achieve that goal. And according to this NEP, I just want to know that how it will be advantageous to the student for the multiple entry and exit options in degree courses. So how it will be advantageous for them if they are deviated to different courses.
Okay.
I just want to clarify that.
A very good question. Before I answer, I would like if any of my panelists would like to answer that. Otherwise, I will be answering all the questions, not be good on my part. Would you like to answer or shall I answer?
In fact, it is a great and rare opportunity that is given by NEP 2020 for the learners to choose the subjects. For example, the job market demands multiple skills. So if the learner have an option, for example, in BA we have 125 subjects where they can choose their choice, 125, which includes the vocational, which includes the professional, which includes the higher education courses. So that learner has a possibility and option of choosing this one which really fit into the market. Earlier, the market forces were looking for multiple skills, where the conventional mode of education was giving only very few of them, and they are deprived of fitting into the market. So this way, the multiple options, choice-based options, gives the learner a good opportunity to fit into the job market, please.
So actually, just to add to what he has said, when you are working somewhere, you feel that there are some skills you need to actually acquire, which you are lacking while you are working. So then it gives an opportunity for you to enter again into a university or an institute and learn those skills. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
I think before I go to you, this gentleman has been standing.
Hello,
Please
sir.
introduce yourself and then.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Dr. M. Rajshekhar. I am professor and head of the department for CSE, Cyber Security, Data Science, and AIDS at VNR Vignan Jyoti Engineering College. Thank you very much for Hans India for creating this wonderful platform. Sir, where can we get guidelines for implementing dual degrees? One more question, sir. In IIT Karnool, you are saying that you are implementing this minor degrees. Is it 16 credits course or 60 credits course? You are saying it is introduced
16 to 20 credits, including project. For some courses, project work is there. But normally 4 courses they have to do. 4 into 3, 12 credits, plus 3 credits project or capstone project or summer training, whatever it may. So the guidelines are available regarding the dual degree program. In fact, I brought the hard copy. The guidelines are available at IITDM Kanchipuram website. Dual degree programs, all the guidelines, ordinances, regulations, which are passed by ministry, our board and senate are available. You can refer.
Thank you, sir. One more question, sir. Yeah. One more. Actually, in National Education Policy 2020, they are saying that they are going to introduce technical education from 6th class itself. Is it practical? Is it possible, sir, for a large population, for this big country? How much time it may take?
It's not, it did not say the technical education. It says probably Surya.
School education.
School education,
Yeah,
sixth
it is
class.
there. Actually, NEP policy has several parts.
Yes, yes.
The first part concentrate more on early education for the kids, etc. Right? I think they're all part of the school education activity.
Is there any budget allocation
I
for
wish to
various-
add, it is at the school education level, secondary level, 8th class or 7th, 6th, 7th, 8th, it as a subject, for example, artificial intelligence. So, at primary level, it is in terms of unit, later it is in terms of subject. Likewise, slowly, gradually, grade-wise, they have been introducing the subject at the lower levels.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think now, probably this would be the
Sir,
Hello, sir.
Sir, namaste to all of you.
Please introduce yourself.
I'm Professor P.V.S. Srinivas. I'm an educator working as a principal of an autonomous college by name Vijnana Bharati Institute of Technology in Hyderabad. Sir, we started implementing some of the attributes of NEP in the recent times, introduced the honors programs, minor degrees, and also being an autonomous, the credit transfer, etc. My question is regarding the dual degree. In what way the honors minor degree programs are different from the dual degree programs? And is it viable for the private autonomous institutions like us to implement the dual degree programs? And also, I feel personally that there should be some guidelines and norms for the option of multiple entry and exit. Otherwise, every student, whoever has got difficulty in clearing, will be opting for the multiple exit, and later on it becomes difficult in multiple ways.
Yeah.
My humble request to all the esteemed dignitaries to kindly throw some light on this.
First,
Thank you,
I'll
sir.
answer the second part of the question. First part I'll give to Professor Somayaju. The guidelines for entry and exit depends on the type of course. So I think since you are an autonomous institute, like every institute has got its own flexibility in framing the guidelines. And also UGC is coming out with some plan. So I think very soon that will be put in the website. So those guidelines I think you can follow. But you know, it always, the NEP throws higher education, use a lot of independence. It gives autonomous institution the freedom to do the things they want without diluting the quality. So you can frame your own guidelines, duly maintaining the credit requirements and the standards. Okay, that is our second part. First part, I think.
Yeah, regarding your first question, dual degrees, BTech honors, right? Honors dual degree is within the department. Whereas dual degree, which is also known as a double degree, across the schools or departments. Say for example, if somebody is good at civil engineering and he wants to also take a computer science engineering degree, then you should provide an option for the student to do it if he wants to do dual degree across the departments or schools.
Sir, my humble request is, we have civil engineering students who are doing their minor degree in AIML.
No, minors are
or
different.
data science.
Minors are not dual degrees. That's what I want to say. Minors are not dual degree. Minors are specializations in a particular domain, your own area. For example, in our institute, BTech honors, everybody is not eligible. There should not be any backlogs and the CGPA should be more than 8.5. Such students are only eligible for honors degree. Whereas similarly for dual degree also you can put a cap.
And do you think it is viable? Because for the BTech graduation, we give 160 credits. For any student completing 18 credits or 20 credits, depends on the honors or minor, it may be easy. But do you think it is viable to implement dual degree program in a private college?
No. You see, it is viable with the time extension. In 5 years you have to do, not in 4 years. Dual degree is 210 credits, 200 to 210 credits. Honors is within the time, 4 years. That means fast learners.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to just share one experience, very interesting experience. One student in IIT Hyderabad is very brilliant. You know, he completed all his credit requirements in 3 years itself. It's a 4-year course. Now he says, as per the Ministry of Education norms and UGC and IIT norms, I have completed my credit requirements in 3 years. Now why I should waste that extra 1 year? So that 1 year now you can use. So it all depends on the capability of the candidates. And in fact, I have also been the chairman of the Curriculum Revision Committee in Andhra Pradesh. So there we have introduced some innovations in especially the dual degree schemes, and so you can follow those documents. It is available in the website, okay?
Thank you
I
so
think
much.
in this short time we cannot answer that big question, but it is available.
Sir, I wish to
Thank you,
add,
sir.
there is a
One minute, my
lot of mobility. Mobility we need to accept. You are worried the students will be leaving the institution and they are not serious. So there is a lot of mobility, and it is an international collaboration, global citizenship. So that way, the students have that liberty and the option and choice to choose their passion. So that's why we see the mobility a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
That was a good question. I think we'll get guidelines from the government with regard to the credit transfer and institutions which can actually enforce this scheme. Because they may identify some 100 institutions, or they may expect that you should have minimum these requirements to introduce that. Otherwise, it becomes a problem. I think we will get all guidelines. But in the meanwhile, all the single course institutions should go for multidisciplinary courses, or B schools. I think they should go for multidisciplinary courses. That becomes a necessity now.
Sir, I just want to put a word to all of you. We have also recently started implementing the participatory learning. In the sense, we have named it as preparatory report and assessment. Started giving a weightage of 10 marks, wherein a student of computer science having interest in music or anything, we suppose if the mentor or teacher finds that the student has got sufficient work, if he has done a good work in music or any of his choice, and if they submit the document, we don't mind giving 10 marks. We also got approved by our Academic Council and Board of Governance.
That is what NEP talks about.
This is
Very
a part
good.
of NEP.
In fact,
We
that
also
is what
started implementing that.
it is all NEP enabled.
Yes,
you know.
sir. We got that approval also, and we happens to be the first college under JNTUH who started implementing the honors and minor degrees.
So I think congratulations. We don't have time for any more questions. It's exactly 1:30.
Thanks for giving the opportunity. Thank you.
Hello. Sir, I have a question.
So, quickly we'll take one more question.
That's
Yeah.
the last question.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, because you got up, you can ask.
Yeah. Hello all. Thank you, sir, for the wonderful session on NEP.
Okay, we have the
My
lady
question is,
standing towards the left. Can you please put this
Any lady who will want to ask a question?
focus light on her? Yeah.
Yeah, please speak.
so myself, I am Pujasri. I am pursuing my MTech in data science from JNTUH, Kukatpalli. So my next goal is to do PhD. So this NAP program, you are telling about dual masters or dual degree. Can you enlighten something on how the flexibility is in PhD programs?
Okay. So in fact, if you are doing a PhD, you can do immediately after BTech also. And even now you are doing MTech, you can do PhD, and some of the courses can be done as a part of the MTech plus PhD. So you are eligible to do. Even otherwise, without NAP also, you are allowed to do PhD now.
Provided the grade point should be 7, not less than 7. It is 7 and above.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Okay, so thank you so much.
Hello.
Thank you so much.
So, madam, 1 minute, last minute. So, I would like to thank the organizers on the behalf of the panel for giving us an opportunity and for a very fruitful discussion. So, thank you all very much, and thank you all the participants who have asked the question.
Sir,
Hello.
can we take...
And if there are any questions,
Yeah.
I think the experts are available during the lunch time. You can have an informal.
Sir, can I have a last question?
Who is that?
Here it is, sir.
Okay.
My
please
name is Paniharan. I want to ask, the most of the things that are talked are related either to technology or science. But when we talk about history, or say humanities and other social sciences,
put your mic
it seems
a
there
bit
is
closer?
lack of understanding about that, and then there is a confusion among the students. For instance, I would like to highlight that, due to lack of awareness and history of education, that, one of the speakers said that, these microcredits and these things are somewhat European and American. No, it was not. Because in pre-Socratic era, most of the basic technological, this one flowed from the Orient to ancient Greece. Similarly, in the post-Aristotle era, or even the Alexandria era, there were a kind of collaborative earnings in Baghdad Academy or even Spain under these things. So, given that, don't you think these are the important things that need to be highlighted in the history of this country?
Yeah, I think,
Second thing, I want to, just one more. for IGNO people, see, the government of India, particularly Ministry of Civil Aviation, is targeting to produce nearly 1 lakh remote drone pilots. So there are 3 components. One is ICAO regulations and the one is our own DGCA regulations. See, a student of ITI can become a remote pilot. But if you look at the costs of training, that is prohibitive. It is coming somewhere around 90,000 like that. So if the first 2 parts of it, theoretical parts of it would be offered as credits. So the fee level will come down nearly 50%. So don't you think that kind of credit transfer and credit earning should be facilitated?
It is what, that is what NEP is about. No, I think I request.
Yeah, you mentioned about microcredits, right? I don't think it was understood properly. Microcredits is not what you mentioned. I spoke about cumulative credits from industry, academic institutions in India, and global academic institutions together into one module. That is what microcredits is. So instead of taking 3 credits or 4 credits in a subject taught full-time, 1 credit comes from the industry, 2 from a foreign university, 1 from your university. That is what I was talking about. So I think there is a disconnect somewhere in the explanation and the capturing of it. So this is not what you mentioned exactly, just to clarify.
Thank you.
As far as the second part of your question is concerned, for example, IGNO is offering BA vocational degree. So in this, we have tie-up with Air Force, military, Navy also. So the 60 credits will be attained by the student from his own organization successfully. Based on his accumulation of credits, sufficient credits through technical means, which is required for this job, then the 60 more credits he has to earn from the courses pursuing in IGNO. So then only he becomes eligible to add 60 courses from 60 credits from the IGNO. Together, he has to complete the 120. So that way, he is equally empowered and equally skilled in terms of his own program as well as the general program of IGNO, so that if once he comes out, he can be the, he can get a good job market when once he came out of his jobs. That is what it is designed to be a vocational, one such course.
Thank you so much to all our students. In case of any other questions, you can ask our panelists while having your lunch or post-lunch. So on that note, thanks to all our panelists. I would request the team from Hans India to kindly hand over quick mementos to our panelists. So huge round of applause to all our speakers and to our moderator of today's event, Professor N.V. Ramana Rao Garu, Director, National Institute of Technology, Warangal. We request the team to kindly hand over the mementos to our speakers, Gatiga Chapatlu, to Professor N.V. Ramana Rao Garu, Director, National Institute of Technology, Warangal, Professor D.V. Ellen Somanjanayalu, Director, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Design and Manufacturing, IITDM. Thank you so much for coming up with such informative session, sir. I would request our team to kindly hand over the memento to Professor Anjal Prakash, Research Director, Indian School of Business, Hyderabad. I would request the team to hand over the memento to Dr. Deepak Amban Mishra, Associate Dean, Indian Institute of Petroleum and Energy, Visakhapatnam. Dr. Raul V. Rodriguez, Vice President from Vocational University. Professor Dr. Ramesh, Regional Director, Indira Gandhi National Open University, IGNO, Hyderabad. Professor S. Srinivasa Murthy, Director, Institute of Public Enterprises, IPE, Hyderabad. So once again, thanks to each one of you for coming up with such an informative session on the implementation on dual degree and credit transfer ecosystem. So on that note, we're going to disperse towards lunch. So please finish your lunch within an hour. By 2:30 sharp, we're going to assemble in the same place. Post lunch, we'll be having the session on the role of public, private and industry stakeholders and their partnerships So all the students and everybody out here, all the listeners, we request you all to kindly attend this very interesting session because this is going to be the last session of today's event. Second day of the National Conference on NEP 2022. We're going to disperse for lunch now, followed by the second session post-lunch. In case of any questions regarding session 1, you can always ask our panelists and the speakers. They'll be here for some more time. Thank you so much.
the institute is to be a premier management institute, significantly contributing to corporate world and society. We are trying to accomplish and achieve it with the help and support of all our stakeholders. Faculty at the institute are drawn from industry and academia with a varied and different experience. Outcome-based education system at the institute made everyone to be objective in imparting knowledge and skills. That has prompted SSIM to shift from faculty-centric learning system to student-centric learning system. This has helped SSIM to achieve near to 100% placement every year. Managerial competency development modules really helps the students to prepare themselves for the holistic development and contribute positively to the corporate world and to the society.
Hello, I am Dr. Arijit Santikari, Program Chair of PGDM Triple Specialization, which is a flagship program since 1992. We are running this program, and today we have 30th batch of students studying in the campus. PGDM Triple Specialization program at SSIM is uniquely designed to suit the requirement of the industry looking for managers with cross-functional skills blended with IT acumen. During the second year, students get to customize their career choice by opting from 10 electives across different areas apart from compulsory courses. We have innovative trimester system blended with classroom and practical learning in the form of live project, capstone project, markstat simulation, NSE lab, case-based and experiential learning.
Hello everybody, I'm Dr. V. Jayalakshmi, the Program Chair for PGDM BIFS program at Shivashivani Institute of Management. The BIFS program is uniquely designed to equip management graduates with the nuances of operations of BFSI sector. SSIM is the first B school in Telangana and AP recognized by the Insurance Institute of India. This program grooms the aspiring graduates for challenging career opportunities in the sunrise financial services industry. The highlights of the program include there is an NSE Finance Lab sessions which provides real-time capital market experience to students. Apart from this, we also provide value-added certifications through equity levers capstone projects. Last but not least, on completion of the PGDM BIFS programs, the students are awarded licentiate certificate from Insurance Institute of India, Mumbai.
Hi, I'm Kumari Sandhya, student at Shivashivani Institute of Management. SSIM always put efforts to shape students into corporate management professionals. Apart from placements, SSIM also offers summer internship opportunities as a learning platform for the students to work with big brands in the market. Most of the companies that come for the summer internship in our institution provide attractive pre-placement offers as well. I'm happy to share with you all that I got selected for Deloitte US summer internship.
I am Shreyashi. I am a student of Shivashivani Institute of Management. I got placed in ICE Data Services as a trainee associate, which deals with financial data services.
SSIM is the first B school in 2 Telugu-speaking states offering 2 years of full-time AICTE approved PGDM Business Analytics course. Hi, I am Dr. Harish, having 29 years of experience and working in SSIM as a faculty since 2006, and I am program chair for PGDM Business Analytics. This course will build strong foundations relating to emerging fields like big data analytics, artificial intelligence, advanced machine learning, algorithms, cloud computing techniques, and blockchain applications. This is a unique course blended with knowledge of business acumen, technology, and statistics embedded with the Harvard Online Business Analytics program.
This is Ian Shalini from Shivashivani Institute of Management, one of the top B schools providing quality education and a practical approach using different teaching methodologies. The practical teaching approach adopted by the college is very much useful and gives us a kickstart to give our best during our internship program.
also from the Entrepreneur Zone and also Eco Ventures, IIT Hyderabad and KL Deemed University. నుంచి మనకి చక్కని స్పీకర్స్ ఈ టాపిక్ పైన మాట్లాడబోతున్నారు కాబట్టి so I request each one of you to kindly occupy the front seats. जो भी बच्चे अभी अभी आ रहे हैं वो सामने आके बैठ जाए. बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग सेशन होने जा रहा है अभी आपके फेवरेट टॉपिक पे. The second session, role of public, private and industry stakeholders and their partnership. In case of any doubts, you can always ask our speakers. We're going to give you 30 minutes of Q&A time zone wherein you can note down your points and then ask us. All the students, అందరు ముందుకు వచ్చి Okay, so let's start with the second session of today's conference. The second session of today's conference, the education conference on NEP 2020. So we're going to discuss something on the role of public, private and industry stakeholders and their partnership. For that, I would request our speakers, our panelists to kindly join us on the stage. To start with, I would request Shri Ajit Rangnekar ji, Director General Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad, RICH, to kindly join us on the stage. Huge round of applause, everyone, for Shri Ajit Rangnekar. DG Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad, a very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you for being here on this special occasion. I would also request Mr. Rajanna, Senior Vice President and Global Head, Tata Consultancy Services, TCS Hyderabad, to kindly join us on the stage, please. I would request Srimati C.A. Shubhra Maheshwari, Chairperson FICCI FLO Hyderabad Chapter, to kindly join us on the stage for the panel discussion. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Thank you for being here and gracing this special occasion of ours. Now I would request Professor Ramakrishna Velamuri, Dean School of Management, Mahindra University, to kindly join us on the stage. Huge round of applause, everyone, for Professor Ramakrishna Velamuri from School of Management, Mahindra University. A very warm welcome to you too, sir. Now I take the privilege to welcome on the stage Shri Kingsley Kurian, Head Human Resources, Axis Clinicals Limited, Aurobindo Group, Hyderabad. Huge round of applause, everyone, for Shri Kingsley. I would now request Shri Ashish Naredi, Founder and Managing Director, Eco Ventures, Hyderabad, to kindly join us on the stage. I would also request Dr. Nandita Sethi, Founder and Managing Director, the Entrepreneur Zone, TEZ, to kindly join us on the stage. Huge round of applause, everyone, for Dr. Nandita Sethi. I would request Dr. MP Ganesh, Head of the Department, Indian Institute of Technology, Hyderabad, IITH, to kindly join us on the stage. Dr. MP Ganesh, Head of the Department. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I would now request Dr. Savadam Balaji, Associate Dean Academics from KL Deemed University, to kindly join us on the stage. Huge round of applause, everyone, for Dr. Balaji. So there will be a quick panel discussion on the role of public, private and industry stakeholders and their partnership. We have 1.5 hours of time and 15 minutes for the Q&A. So I request all of you to kindly concentrate on the session, please. Thank you. Over to Shri Ajit Rangnekar, sir, moderator of this panel discussion. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, and thank you. Thank you, Hans India, for inviting us, my fellow panelists. It's a tribute to all of you that on a Sunday afternoon, all of you are here to listen to and understand what the National Education Policy 2020 and its implications are. In India, whenever we talk of any subject, there are always two opinions about something. Even if God were to come and put something, some of us will say, no, this is not good, he's not looked at this, not looked at that, etc. I have been involved with some parts of the NEP development. I was on 1 or 2 of the working groups, especially the working group on entrepreneurship and innovation. But what has impressed me the most about NEP is, first of all, it was very honest and very blunt about all the current shortcomings of our education policy. It's very, very rare for a government-led policy document to be as honest as this one was about the faults of our current education. And the second, which is even more wonderful, is the sheer sweep and magnificence of the vision. You know, we can always say, yeah, these are my problems, and I'm going to do these small little changes to it. But they did not do that. They did something which is so visionary, so big, so large, so bold. If I can use an analogy, although that's not the way things happened, in 1991, the dramatic shift that Indian industry was forced into is somewhat similar to what the education system is now faced with. And just like in 1991, most Indian companies were simply not ready for it and had to scramble and manage and do it. Similarly, most education institutions are really not ready for the kind of wide sweeping, phenomenal change that NEP. And that's natural. So when most of us look at NEP and say, oh my God, how is this ever going to happen? That's a very natural feeling. And that is where, A, we have to learn from the industry about how they coped up with it. But more than that, I think we have an opportunity of an experienced industry which has gone through these cataclysmic changes, which has become globally competitive, which has become a center of industrial power across the world, and see how we can learn from all of that and apply it to the academic community. Right? So that is what I'm hoping we would talk about today. The format that I'm hoping will work is we will start first with the various academic institutions. I know that there is a strong predominance of higher education here, but hopefully Ashish will make up for it to give us a school perspective. And then we will switch to the asking the industry what their expectations are and how they can be of help. So we are going to keep this relatively small, each one talking for about 5 minutes. As I said, I will first start with Ashish. By the way, he was my student at ISB, so obviously I'm very proud of him. Ashish runs Eco Ventures, but his real interest is in education also, and he's starting a new school in Kompally. So over to you, Ashish. Give us some perspective of where you see the NEP and where you think you will need help from others. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real privilege and honor to be seated on this dais today, and especially sharing this with my ex-dean, Ajit Rangnekar, and also one of my professors, Professor Rama Velamuri. Indeed, a proud moment for me to be sharing the dais with them. As Ajit said, yes, my primary interest is in education, and of course, I have my other industrial units here. But primary interest continues to be education. And for others who've seen my HSPA days or Hyderabad Schools Parents Association days might be surprised with this announcement that yes, I am in the process of starting a school myself. But that said, why we are starting the school, that's all for some other occasion. Today we'll come back to NEP. And in NEP, I'd broadly cover just 2 or 3 brief points. With respect to school education, there's a lot that has been changed, as rightly said by Ajit. Some of the changes are really revolutionary. To point out just one of the things, we presently know schools by K-12, or we say 10+2 system. I don't know how many have seen, but that 10+2 system is completely been changed and revamped. And they now call it a 5+3+3+4 system. Let's not get into jargon, but let's look at it simply. It's no longer a 10+2 system, but it's going to be a 8+4 system. Now, what do we mean by an 8+4 system? Right now, 10th class is a major milestone in the school education. And after 10th, first thing is, even if you look at a lower level of employment, you would say 10th pass hai ya nahi hai. Right? Now, we're not going to have that importance even to 10th class any longer, because after 8th, the change is going to come in. Right? And it will be a 4 years contiguous block wherein students will have to take a call whether they would want, which stream they would like to go. Presently, you know, the biggest decision is, would you want to do engineering or would you want to do medicine? As if these two are the only lines of career available to the students, but be that as it may, that is going to change with the new education policy, because right now we are going to get into semester system, and a student can take maths in one semester, take biology in the second, take humanities in the third, and can take completely different carpentry in the fourth semester. That's the amount of flexibility that NEP is looking at bringing in. But I'd come from that, giving a brief overall perspective of how school education is bound to change. Let me come back to the main topic, which is of a public-private partnership that we are to speak here today. Right now, the essence of public-private partnership, or rather let me call it this way, the essence of private partnership in anything is profit, right? Not everybody might like it. And people might say, you know, no, profit is not good. But whatever it is, let's see, irrespective of what your view is, what my view is, let's look at it in terms of what NEP's view is, right? So in the founding principles of the National Education Policy, NEP has listed that education will continue to be a not-for-profit activity, right? Very good, very noble. But what is the reality on ground? Can anybody on the panel here or anybody in the audience say that education is being run as a not-for-profit activity? Good, I see at least one hand. I'm surprised with that hand. We can debate that. But when we look at the overall atmosphere, right, let me give you a few instances. Everyone's heard the name of George Soros, right? At least quite a few you would have heard. He is known to be a big investor, and also one of the key members who caused the Southeast Asian countries to almost collapse way back in 90s. You know that he's invested in a school in Hyderabad? Okay. Another fact, not-for-profit sector, right? I can give you, I'm not naming anyone, but I have the documents. In fact, I had them on the PowerPoint slides as well, but since it's a panel, I'll keep it away. We have a school which has its headquarters in British Virgin Islands. Not for profit. Huh? And we all know for how many thousands of crores schools have been sold in Hyderabad. The news has been on the front pages. Not for profit. So the irony is that private sector, if it's there, it will make profit any which ways. But if you ask it not to make profit, it will make even more profit. Unfortunately, that's the situation in which education sector has fallen. Right? The government is in no position to burden the cost of educating the entire country. So private participation is essential, and private participation will come when there is profit motive. Now, again, if you contrast it from the view that I had with HSPA, I would say even while I was a member of the Parents Association, we used to say the same thing. Let profit be there, but not profiteering. Profiteering is the problem, not profit. That's been our stand even earlier. So perhaps if you let education be handled by for-profit institutions, you will have complete transparency of operations of how the company is structured, how the university or the school is structured, and then you can have an independent regulator who can look at affairs and regulate it. So my prescription, if you ask me in brief, for what a healthy public-private partnership would entail would be, this is the real elephant in the room of education, the profit incentive or profit motive. You have to give it for profit and then regulate it to prevent profiteering. That, if we can do that, sadly, despite the sweeping and massive changes planned in NEP, this is one issue which has been left unaddressed. So like Ajit said, people always have some issue here and there. Yes, this is one issue that I have with NEP. Not taking more time, but just ending with one more point on this part, and that is with respect to, let's leave public-private partnership aside for a while. Let's look at education itself. How do you define education? How would we define education? How would the members in the audience define education? Irrespective of how you and me define, how does the national education policy define education as? Surprisingly, there is no definition of education in the entire national education policy. Also, there is no objective of education given in the national education policy. This is something that I find really surprising. There is an objective for the policy, but what is education designed to do? And what actually is education is left unaddressed. I'll end with, somebody who designed our education policy, what objective he had in mind. We are all, Macaulay is a much abused person for various reasons. Not getting into a lot of details, we are all well aware of the minutes of education that Macaulay wrote, but we are perhaps not given much attention to a speech he made in 1847 in the British Parliament. And there he used education. He said, it's the best counter-revolution tool that the government has. The cheapest and the most efficient tool to suppress revolution in India, that is education. Sadly, the edifice of our institutions that he's built continues, and we continue to build on it without actually looking at changing the foundations. I'll end my address with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I know my role is a moderator and not a respondent, so I will not respond to that. But I think two issues. One is profit versus not-for-profit. And second is the role of education. We'll probably come to both of those at some stage. We have 4 academics here. You heard now the view of private school investor, if I may use that word. We have Dr. Savadam Balaji from KL University, and who have been a very impressive, although what I would call as a low-key academic institution. We also have my good friend Rama Velamuri, who is the Dean of the Mahindra University here, and we have Dr. Ganesh from IIT Hyderabad. So there are 3 very different academic institutions here, and I'm going to go through each one of them one after another to get their perspective on what they see the NEP entails for them, and what, if any, would they like from some outside their own ecosystem, whether it's other educational institutions, industry, government, etc., etc. So over to you, Dr. Balaji.
Yeah, very good afternoon to the eminent people who are sitting here and the audience who are eagerly waiting for the great words and good golden words from all of us. The national, and my sincere thanks to Hans basically for arranging such a beautiful conference to have a discussion on what government is thinking actually. what kind of implementations can be done for the students, because they are the basic pillars of India. So the national education policy actually was defined based on 4 pillars. One is access. That means everybody should have an access to various kinds of resources, like library, books, whatever is there. And every student who is at the lower level also must have access to the great resources that are available in India. And also equality, then accountability. Those who are working for the betterment of the students must have the accountability also. That is very, very important. And the national education policy related with higher education, actually we are planning for 4 years degree. And every degree, every year, we would like to impart certification courses. That means every year we'll have a certificate being awarded to the student. So why that certification is very, very important? Because when I asked, because most of our students, why the students prefer KL University is because of the placements, which was imparted, given for 4 or 5 offers I see for every student. Recently we have Bosch recruited with 16 lakhs package. I asked one of the student, what is the main reason why you are selected? Because he is telling the reason is, that he has done a very good global certification. That means I am also heading one of the cybersecurity research group. So we try to involve the students into research groups also, and make the student produce some articles or journals. So as per national education policy, it is necessary for all the educational institutions to work towards that goal of achieving the abilities of the students, finding the abilities and outcome-based education. That means every course or everything until the student enters the institution, it should be recorded. All the activities should go into the enterprise resource planning. Then learning management system should be provided for the student. And certain things, the stakeholders are also very, very important. And the expectation of the student is that he should be adaptable to the industry. That means after completing his degree, he expects the placements. So for that, he need what? He need communication skills. And one more thing is very important. In the national education policy, it was given that coding must be imparted. Coding must be imparted. That means from the 6th standard onwards, the government is thinking of imparting C language to the student. That means 6th class student will come with a software, because most of the parents or students, whoever is there, is looking at computer science and engineering. Okay? So most of the aspects related with that, like there are a lot of nowadays, no software is costlier. It is always available open source. That means everybody can use it. What the industry is doing, same thing. What the institutions are also doing the same thing. So coding skills, like there are a lot of platforms available like coding skills, Hacker Earth, Hacker Rank, all these things. So any student who wants to get into placement must utilize this opportunity of getting into coding. And the other curriculum also, we expect the industry to participate in the curriculum design of the institutions, because that is what we expect. And what are the projects or the resources that are available in the industry, if we know it as per the national education policy, if we know it, then definitely we can improve the skills. Educational institutions also will improve along with the industry. That should be focus of the nation. So my last point I would like to reiterate is that if we are given a white paper and white marker pen and asked you to write something on that or ask something to write, nothing will happen. Nothing, no outcome will come. That doesn't mean that we are not putting in efforts. We are always putting our efforts, but our efforts should be in the right direction. Whatever the government is doing and whatever the educational institutions and the industry must work and close the loop. Then only the outcome for India and betterment of India will come. And thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. So, I think Dr. Balaji talked about some very important things. It's the implementation that's the big issue that we have. And ideally, he would like to know what resources. Nowadays, we all think of a common platform immediately, right? So we need a common platform where we tell, the industry talks about what is available with us and they pick up maybe, but we'll let that come. And the resources is going to be a big issue. Let me move next to you, Rama. And Mahindra University is something that all of us are very excited about. There are many new universities coming up. Ashoka was the first, then Kriya came up. There is the other engineering one that has also come up. Plashka, yes, you people are doing. So there are many actually experimentation happening. There's a lot of experimentation happening, good experimentation, which is bringing, and which may to some extent answer Ashish's question, which is bringing philanthropic capital. And many of these people are therefore taking the profit motive out by first bringing in philanthropic capital. And so I would like to understand that perspective, which is, I hope, fascinatingly different from what we have. Thank you.
Thank you,
By the
Ajit.
way, Professor Rama Velamuri has been visiting professor at ISB ever since I know,
Yes.
almost from the beginning.
18 years.
Yeah, and Ashish has been his student, so I've known Rama and been a big admirer of the way he thinks and the way he always comes out with innovative solutions. So I'm really looking forward to this, Rama. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ajit, for your kind words. And it's a privilege for me to be here with this august panel. And I would also like to convey my gratitude to Hans India for this excellent initiative to organize the discussion around the national education policy. So as the other speakers have mentioned, as Dean Rangnekar mentioned and the other speakers have mentioned, the national education policy for educators is like a breath of fresh air, you know. It emphasizes a holistic education, multidisciplinary education. It empowers the students by giving them more choice. And as Dean Rangnekar just mentioned, it also has this theme running through it of allowing experimentation by education institutions. And so Mahindra University is a young university. We received the permission to set up a university in 2020. And prior to that, as you know, we were functioning as Mahindra École Centrale, a School of Engineering, affiliated to JNTU in Hyderabad. Okay. So the reason I joined Mahindra University is that I saw this university as emphasizing quality education. And my nearly 15 months with the university have proven me right. I mean, have told me that I made the right choice. Now, coming back to the national education policy, I'd like to touch upon two things, right? One is the industry-academia collaboration. So, in my experience, there are very few corporations that take a strategic perspective on engaging with academia. There are some corporations do it, but they are by far the exception. And I have been working with Infosys for about 20 years now. In 2002, I did field work at Infosys, at the headquarters in Bangalore, Electronic City. And the whole initiative was actually organized by a department that has been specifically set up for engagement with academia. So I interviewed 20 of the leaders of Infosys, including 6 of the 7 co-founders. All these interviews were facilitated by this department. I developed a case study, but I'm not the only one. There have been 66 case studies developed on Infosys by academic institutions all over the world. Harvard, Kellogg, so many institutions have written case studies on Infosys. You may know of their famous InStep internship program, one of the best managed internship programs in the world. Several of my students, after having gone through it, have actually joined Infosys on a full-time basis. So my call to industry, I think if we need to achieve the goals of the national education policy, all the stakeholders will have to work in tandem. The government has taken the first step by setting up an enabling policy network. It's very broad in its vision and it's very grand in its vision, right? And we now have to respond. So the educational institutions are responding to it, and I think industry can also play a very, very important role. So how are we at Mahindra University engaging with industry? So at a very simple level, we have a program of inviting industry speakers to come and talk to our students. So we've set up a kind of a rule of thumb that every 3-credit course should have at least 2 industry speakers. We have started organizing post-COVID visits to industry. Our students recently visited the Green Park Hotel in Hyderabad to try and understand how the hospitality industry has gone through COVID and how it is recovering post-COVID and what are the prospects for the future. We have just initiated a program of industry mentors. Our students can engage with one mentor over a prolonged period of time and benefit from the career experience and wisdom of this mentor. We have already developed some case studies which have industry members as subjects. We've just finished a case study on Life Circle Healthcare Services, which is a home care services provider. We are developing a second case study on a company called C2FO, which is one of the world's largest fintech platforms. And so on. We have a number of case studies on the anvil, right? We encourage industry to share data with us. Of course, we will treat it with the utmost confidentiality so that our research can become richer and more industry relevant. And of course, you know, in the sciences and in the engineering, there are many, many collaborative research projects. Our engineering school, we have excellent labs. So many industries are working with our engineering school, the Ecole Centrale School of Engineering, on research projects. We've actually worked on research projects even with public agencies such as the DRDO and public sector enterprises. So where it becomes a little more challenging is when it comes to internships, for example. Internships require the industry partner also to be very well organized. The reason the InStep program at Infosys works so well is that there is a dedicated team set up to manage those internships. And if you don't have that dedicated team, then the value for the corporation and for the student will not be optimized. So you need well-structured internships. You need internships where there is a supervisor from the company and a supervisor from the faculty. And of course, if the internship goes well, the student can be a very promising candidate when it comes to making the hire or making the talent acquisition. Before I conclude, I just wanted to mention one area of tension that I've noticed in academia-industry interaction, and that is that industry tends to emphasize short-term applicability, and therefore they emphasize tools, whereas educational institutions are laying the foundations for lifelong learning. There is no magic solution to this tension between foundations for lifelong learning and tools. When I say tools, I mean things like Python or Tableau, right? Or R, which is a statistical package. These are important tools that are very much in demand in industry. And through dialogue, academia and industry can strike the right balance between, equipping the students with the analytical frameworks that will stand them in good stead throughout their careers, and tools that they can deploy as soon as they join their first jobs. Okay. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Rama. And you hit upon one point which I'm very passionate about, and that is lifelong learning. So think, why do we send people to university for 4 years? That's the 19th and the 20th century model, because there was no other way in which we could train people if they did not come to where the teachers and the university was. Today, especially after COVID, we know that wherever people are, we can give them education when they want, where they want, whichever subject they want, and in future in whatever language they want. So I think at some stage universities, and while the NEP did not mention this, to my dismay, the truth is that we have to shift from a 4-year degree or a 2-year degree to a lifelong education for every student who enrolls with us. And depending on what career paths they choose, we equip them to be ready for that role or that career as we go along. We'll come back to that. I'm also going to change my schedule a bit, because Shubhra here needs to leave a little early. She is a lady in big demand. FICCI Flow in Hyderabad is an extremely strong and powerful network of women in business, and have carved out a very independent niche, quite separate but complementary to FICCI. I have personally been a big admirer of FICCI Flow, and I'm delighted that she's here. So I'm going to ask her to speak and then let her go, although I would have loved to have her here for subsequent discussions. I know there are priorities and there are always challenges we have to deal with. So over to you.
Thank you so much, Ajit sir. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow colleagues. It's a brilliant afternoon, and the topic even more brilliant. After 36 years, our education system is seeing a change. It's a breath of fresh air. Having said that, no change is easy. The NEP is not so easy when it comes to ground implementation, but if implemented right, it could be a game changer. I am a chartered accountant, Shubhra Maheshwari. Coming from traditional education myself, I know what it means when the education system is undergoing a change. As Mr. Ashish rightly said, it's no more 10 plus 2, it is 8 plus 4. It is very beautiful where you can decide what is going well with you. A student in our country today, once NEP is implemented well, need not want to study history for a long period of time if coding is what interests him. That is what education, the new education policy will bring about. But how to have it implemented at the right way. Our current education policies are teaching us how to earn. But who was teaching us how to manage? The entire struggle after earning a degree was in individuals. We were becoming extremely stereotyped prototypes, I would say. We would just know how to reach an office at 10, leave at 6. What about adding a holistic organic growth to the organization? Whether it was employment, whether it was entrepreneurship, your own enterprise. Were we adding that organic, holistic difference to the venture that we are working at? It's very easy to give a 10 to 6 output, but what goes beyond is here. Was our education allowing us to think beyond? Were we allowed to break the glass ceiling? Were we going beyond the barriers? I think this NEP, if implemented well, can really teach our next gen of students to break that. And then comes the public partnership, the public-private partnership. Today, India is the land of intelligence, of dare, of entrepreneurship. We as Indians have it in us to go beyond the barriers. When we have it in us, all we need is the right tool. Why are we today the land of startups? Why so many incubators have come up? Because as Sir rightly said, Ajit sir, learning, every Indian is realizing that learning is a never-ending process. Why big entrepreneurs take a gap in their careers after having worked for 5 to 10 years and go to an institute like ISB or an IIM and do another course? We have to hone our skills. And that is where public-private partnership comes into play. There is an incubator in almost every city which is assisting us, guiding us, hand-holding us. The new education policy will bring this kind of liberalized approach of thinking for the next round of the students that is coming up. Ask for that help. Go seek that advice. Take your career, your venture to the next level. We have all sorts of facilities. Our country, I can say we are the best in terms of knowledge. We just need to leverage it well. I wish, as he rightly said, it's very easy. Every private partnership in school and college needs to earn money. But along with that, along with profitability, if philanthropic angle is added, why a child wanting to go abroad needs to have a profile build-up? Why only that child is contributing to the social causes? Now with this NEP, the social elements will also become an integral part of the education. And that is what will make a change. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shubhra. And both you and Rama made this point in very slightly different ways, but still the point is the actual experiential learning part. Unless we do just teaching, and I think we have to move away. Once again, it's a mindset of the previous limited environment in which we work. There wasn't that ability to interact with various people. Now we do have that, and therefore one of the big things going forward is how do we bring in other people so that our students actually learn, not just from listening to them, but working together with them. So thank you so much. I know you are in a hurry. Thank you for being here, and wish you all the best. Thank you. You want to move here? Come. No, come, Vijay, one. Just come. So I'm now going to move to Ganesh. If you look at it, IITs as a whole, and especially IIT Hyderabad, is a spectacular case of how public funding can give us outstanding results. And in short period of existence, IIT Hyderabad is already competing with the top original 5. Something I, as a Hyderabadi, are extremely proud about. I've also been associated informally or formally with IIT Hyderabad ever since its inception. or immediately there. And therefore, I've seen the kind of efforts that have gone in. You know, Ganesh, you think Ganesh is from IIT Hyderabad, therefore he's an engineer. I don't know if he's an engineer, but he certainly is a person who comes from liberal arts background. And I think this is one of the key parts of our NEP policy. How do we bring a rounded education? So Ganesh, you know, how has IIT Hyderabad brought in these wide varieties? And what are some of the lessons that we can learn from the spectacular success of IIT Hyderabad, which the rest of us can also, but of course, feel free to add anything else that you feel like. So over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for the kind words, and thank you for inviting me here. So I'm going to talk about two broad areas where, you know, industry can help in NEP, in contributing to NEP. Like Professor Ajit said, this is going to be a grand dream. Okay, this dream will not be possible unless and until different stakeholders come together, especially industry. So I will also bring in the elements what IIT Hyderabad has done in terms of, you know, making us one of the best in a very short period of time. But also I'm going to talk about some of the issues as a social scientist. So I have a background in psychology, especially, you know, education psychology, social psychology, and organizational behavior. So I'm going to talk about some of these issues broadly under two themes. The first theme is NEP envisions increase in gross enrollment ratio, which is number of people moving from school to higher education. So having said that, you know, slowly public contribution to education, or in other words, probably government is expecting private players to play a very important role, you know, in increasing gross enrollment ratio. So there are two models here. One PPP model where private players can actively play a role as, you know, in terms of making profits, or a philanthropy model. I would, you know, like Ashish said, profits are a major driving force, but I would rather say organizations or corporations should look at this as an investment opportunity in for a social cause, because social investments are going to help businesses or corporations in very long run. Okay, so we completely understand that nothing comes free, but what you get in return may not necessarily be, you know, in monetary terms. So investing in social cause like higher education or you know, improving gross enrollment ratio will certainly help organizations and business in a very long run. Okay, so this is going to be something like a enlightened self-interest. So you are investing something, you're going to get something in return, not necessarily monetary, but something beyond that in long term. So that is one thing which I want to talk about. Second thing which I want to talk about is, you know, this NEP envisions education in a holistic manner, something which, you know, you do at a very practical level or a skill-based level, or, you know, something which you do on a day-to-day basis, you know, a long-term orientation of education, and it focuses on skill-based and holistic education. So if you're going to do that, one area we need to focus is faculty, because currently, you know, the whole idea of faculty training or faculty development is, especially in higher education, there are no formal structures in place. More importantly, in technical education, you know, institutions like engineering colleges, there is AICT-related workshops, but they are mostly again based out of academic orientation. Okay, so this is one area where corporate or businesses can play a very active role. So business can contribute in faculty development. IIT Madras, where I worked, you know, 5-6 years ago, they have a very interesting policy where faculty can go to industries and work as interns. You know, it's not students who go as interns. Faculty can go and work in industry as an intern for 6 months or 3 months or even a year. So probably that kind of an opportunity, you know, given to faculty, or at least keep those options open in organizations, can make a lot of wonders. Not just for you know, academic institutions, but also for corporations, because these are the students who are going to come back and, you know, work in your organization. So if you equip the teachers, they go and teach the students, and students are going to come back and you know, work in your organizations. So that is one. Second important area is we talk about remote learning. You know, there are a lot of focus on MOOC, massive open online courses. So if you see most of these MOOC courses are offered by academicians. So I would request, corporates, people who are at very top level in corporations to come and contribute to MOOC-related activities. There are opportunities available. For example, NPTEL, which is a very large-scale, government-owned MOOC platform, which encourages corporate people to come and talk. Okay, I don't see many of corporate, executives come and do that. So these are the two things. So what IIT does to make ourselves best in this, in our own classes, one, our academic model is based on the T model. T model means breadth versus depth. So we have these courses which are 1-credit courses. So each course runs for 15 hours of teaching and evaluation. So we don't have a semester system, we have a fractal system. But it doesn't mean that we are like just generalist. So we also give opportunity for students to go in depth. For example, if there's a course which is 3-credit course, we break them down into 3 1-credit courses. So if you want to take 1 credit which gives you introductory kind of a model, you take that. If you want to dig deep, you get into 2nd and 3rd modules of the same course. Okay, this is one. A very important or interesting thing which we do or we have done is engineering sciences. We have a BTech in engineering sciences, okay, which focus on a broad array of engineering disciplines where we can specialize in. So you come out of or you graduate as an engineering science graduate. You don't have a so-called specialization under your belt. Okay. Again, there is an advantage, there is a disadvantage, but it gives an opportunity for students to experiment. And the third important thing which we do is our focus on liberal arts education. Even before this NEP came, we had a very strong focus on performing arts. So we offer courses like, flamingo dance, a lot of these art forms we teach, cinema appreciation, photography, okay? So these are the courses we offer to students which gives a lot of, outlook towards the world to the students. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ganesh. That was very, again, I don't know if you can, I see a number of fairly common themes emerging, which is quite reassuring in this thing. Faculty development, again, Ganesh talked about yet another angle, which again falls into that same thing of practical, experiential. If our faculty are themselves not trained into what's happening in real life, how are they going to teach the students, right? So again, industry, academia, collaborations thing. I would add one more if it's okay. Why do we not think of faculty-faculty collaborations? That means inter-institutional faculty sharing. I think we have to break that barrier that this is my faculty. By the way, we broke it in ISB many years ago, and people like Rama and others, we used to get faculty. These were faculty who were competing with us for students, who were competing with us for faculty, and yet they allowed their faculty to come and teach at ISB. When you do that, you help build institutions. So we have to get out of this mindset that, oh, these are only my faculty and only the coaching classes can do that, but not us. So we have to think about some of these things. Thank you so much. Originally I had thought of first asking industry and then going to what I would call as the startup community, which was represented by Shubhra and Nandita, but I'm going to flip a little simply because this whole issue of investment for a social cause, etc. is coming up. I think there is a different angle also. Can we look at different ways in which the industry or the investors can get funding? And as the startup community looks at different business models and models, because there is one big issue in the for-profit model, that is the equity. The poor simply cannot afford it. And if there is one big negative of the 1991 industrial reforms, it is that the social inequity has worsened. And we cannot allow that to happen in education. And my hope personally is that the new age companies and the new age startups will look at things in a different way, So today, and that's what is happening when all of us use this. We think a lot of this is free. Of course it's not free. You know, Google is getting the money from the advertisers. So I would like you to talk about how entrepreneurship and its various facets could be a major player in helping this whole process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thanks to Hans India for having me here on this panel. First of all, I'm so happy to be here because 20 plus years I've been with academia, and it was the academia who gave me the idea that I should come out and start something to nurture entrepreneurship. And that was because when I saw students who came with wonderful ideas, and at the end of, typically I was teaching business management, and typically at the end of the 4th semester at that time, the idea was gone because they were always taken away by industry. So year after year I saw wonderful ideas coming from young minds, absolutely going down the drain, and really no ecosystem to support them. Luckily, that ecosystem has improved a lot now, but even then there are a lot of gaps, and that's where I think my story starts. So if you look at how things have been moving, we moved from green revolution to industrial and IT, and I truly believe this is the revolution for entrepreneurship. This is an entrepreneurship revolution. And if the education system does not catch up on this at this time, I mean, we are now the third country in the world with the largest number of startups. And even in a pandemic year, we have crossed, I think, 40 startups in a pandemic year. And today we are at 101 what we call as unicorns, 100 billion valuation. So there is something happening, and the education system has to catch on it, and also it has to be integrated into the curriculum, pedagogy, and things like that. So when I look at the NEP, the education policy, there's one thing that I noticed. There's a lot of talk of critical thinking, experiential learning, innovation. But unfortunately, not much has been talked about how do you go about nurturing it in the right from schools. Yes, NIT Aayog has given tinkering labs and all that stuff, but is that whole ecosystem developed from school to college? Is it there or not? That is something I think as an academia one has to look and then see how industry can support there. Another thing about academia has been, I mean, it's been the narrative for the country, not just for academia, that education is for employment. That paradigm, I think we have to break it somewhere, except for premier institutions, ISBs, IIMs, and others. When you look at the maximum number of, educational system, colleges, universities, the entire thing is the delivery of the education, the curriculum, the pedagogy, the activities, the placement cell is booming. But when you look at the ED cell or you look at the incubator, they just don't know what to do with it. It's coming up now, I understand. But again, and if you look at educational institutions also, and this is one thing I tell at every place that I go, because we interact a lot with education, is that everybody, can you hear me? Sorry, this is good. Yeah, so you would find that, we celebrate placements so much. You would find everywhere, 100% placement, 90%, and it's fine, like we are placing. But rarely do I see anywhere that you just say, even I have 2 startups from my college or my university. This is time that you have 2 startups. I think as a part of the education system, we need to celebrate them, because the true wealth that they are going to create is going to be much more than probably all the 90, for all you know. So starting from this, I think the first point that I would like to talk about is the policy is talking about experiential learning, critical thinking, is talking about innovation, but it is not talking so much about how to integrate an entrepreneurial mindset in the already existing curriculum. So everybody is learning whatever is available, we are learning, but it's not being integrated in the way it is in the curriculum and in the pedagogy. So that is one thing I would typically like to see more and more academia come up with, where you're training people to be managers and scientists, and so much is happening, but nobody is training anyone to really become an entrepreneur at that level. Again, I'm not talking about all, there are a lot of premier institutions which have entrepreneurship as a very core subject too. The next thing is, yeah, there's a lot of innovation which happens, research which happens. Even in the incubators now that have come up, a good amount of innovation is happening, and research was always happening in education. But again, what is the translation rate or conversion to commercialization? I'm not sure. So, lot of research, but that is where industry can come in. You can do a lot of joint research, lot of joint innovation, co-innovation you can call it. And when industry comes in, like Ashish said, yeah, there is going to be obviously there is going to be something that should interest them. So if industry brings their problems to the academia and wants to get it done by educational institutions, that's absolutely fine. That should be taken up as an industrial research, which is not so prominent in India even now. So that is one thing. So for all this to happen, I think the educational mindset, the mindset of faculty and managements have to change in that sense that we need to celebrate startups, entrepreneurs coming up, and we need to also run the institution like business. Again, I'm sure there'll be, this is a controversial comment that we are talking about, it is not for profit, but having said that, what I mean is the mindset. I'm not talking of really profit or profiteering. I'm talking of the business mindset to run the institution, to collaborate with industry, to co-innovate with industry. So that paradigm has to change, that research is only for remaining in the stacks of the library of educational institution. It has to get commercialized at some point. So that is where I think the industry academia can really collaborate, that can really come about. And the ecosystem for entrepreneurship is really, really good today in India. And thanks to a lot of Startup India and NIT Aayog setting up a lot of Atal incubation centers, and a lot of money has gone into these incubation centers. But now is the time to convert it into action. So that is where again industry can come in, where the incubators that are running in all these education institutions should collaborate with industry, should collaborate with accelerators, incubators, other than their own incubators and industry, to come up with helping the young budding entrepreneurs to really convert their products into, get it to the market. So that is one thing. So overall, I think it is the curriculum, the pedagogy, the mindset of students, the mindset of educational institutions, managements as well as faculty, to overall revamp the whole thing and to start thinking that you need to give an option to students that education is not just for employment. There is an alternative called entrepreneurship, and therefore you can also take that up, and therefore the way you think, the mindset, the starting point is the mindset should change, and that change should come from the education institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, in 50s and 60s, immediately after independence, the government of India strongly propagated a scientific mindset. And a lot of where we are today is thanks to that scientific mindset. I think what I hear Nandita ji saying is it's time for us to tweak that to an entrepreneurial mindset. Even academic institutions, ultimately, when we say I need extra resources from somewhere and I don't have the money, how do I get it? Right? There was also somewhere built in a fascinating potential solution to the profit, non-profit thing. You can keep the school education not profit, but use these incubators and these things as a source of potential. So industry funds this. And right now there is a national research institution based here, and we as RICH help them to sign an MOU with a major industry, where the industry is going to fund their research into a particular area, And that company has the first right of refusal on all these things. So they're willing to them it's an investment. They're willing to say, instead of I doing all this thing, you do it, we'll collaborate with you. So we have to look at these various alternative ways where we protect our ability to give affordable education, at the same time make it attractive for whoever is funding it to get the funding. And this is why I wanted this, we have to think differently, we have to think new. By the way, way back in 2012, I think, somewhere around that time, we at ISB actually prepared a program which is called Technology Entrepreneurship Program, which was given to all the engineering colleges in the erstwhile Andhra. That time it was still Andhra. And I certainly remember in 2014 some of those students coming out with amazing products. One recently, Minister KTR Garu actually was present when they signed an MOU with a Dubai-based company at the Dubai Asia. Their air-conditioned helmets for use by construction workers in the Middle East. This is a young student from a second-tier university in Warangal. There is enormous capability. So there are programs like TEP, right now TASK, Telangana Academy for Skills and Knowledge. TASK is actually supposed to, if your educational institution wants it, please use it. So that's another excellent thing. I'm now going to move to the two sectors which have put India on the global map. They've been globally competitive, they are leaders in their space. And what I'm keen to understand is, how does our current education system meet their needs, and what would they like to see going forward? So I'm going to first start with Mr. Kingsley Kurian, who heads the the clinical arm of Arbinda Group, and also the real estate, but more in terms of the clinical. The life sciences sector in India, and obviously we've all heard about vaccines, but also in generics, Hyderabad and India are very, very powerful suppliers and powerful competitors in the world stage. So they need scientific talent which is of the highest possible order. So over to you.
Thank you, sir. It's been an absolute, privilege to be sharing the dais with some of the very prominent professors and heads as such. Let me also take this opportunity in just, telling the audience that Ajit sir, many years ago, came as a faculty, in one of the management school, so where he was invited as, the chief guest. So I was very privileged to hear him there, and I'm right now sitting in front, as such. Now, even before we move, to the NEP and, the expectations from the industry and what we would also expect from the, educational part. I would just want to ask one question. I mean, I don't know if some students are there. Any of you all, anytime wanted to be cricketers anytime? Any of you, sportsmen, cricketers? Yes, you did. Okay, even I too, right? Okay. How many of you all dropped out because of parents' pressure? If your parents are not there, you can answer. All right. And how many of you all dropped out because it was very taxing that, your education system was not supporting you? Absolutely. Thank you so much. All right. Now, this will kind of be a little surprise. I have a 10-year-old daughter who once came and told me just recently, some time back, that she wants to be a YouTuber. Does the new education policy support that? I mean, I wanted to ask the eminent professors here. So, I was in a fix, that's nowhere there in the curriculum. Nowadays youth are into various things. They want to do a lot of things, because of the new startup era which has started, and, a lot of funding that is coming in, the government supporting it, so vastly. it's a privilege that, we have so many avenues. And like, sirs had also said that education is a non-profit activity. But I would add a little more to that. Education is a non-profit activity for making a person profitable, right? So in this scenario as such, I mean, I was speaking at an HR conclave in Indore just 2 days back. And I met a gentleman there by the name of Mr. Wajid. You can Google him and check out as well. He is one portrait artist, and he makes portraits not out of paints or brushes or anything. He makes sort of hammer and nails. He made the Iron Man of India, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel's portrait on nails and some broken parts of the engine. And that's how he has done it. But when I interacted with him very closely, and when I got to know about his personal life, he has gone through a lot in life where he used to sell rugs on the streets, worked in hotels, worked in a lot of places everywhere. But he had one regret which he shared, saying that if I had a bit of an education, that's what he actually told. Now that was a striking point. I mean, you could look at, and his first painting on nails, I mean, I don't call it a painting, an art on nails, sold for close to 22 lakhs. All right, and that's quite inspiring. And he only speaks Hindi. He's a TEDx speaker. He only speaks Hindi. So there are people, who, and when Sir said that education has to be accessible to all, he also said that I didn't have access at that time. So maybe, the new education policy is aiming at reaching everyone, everywhere, wherever it is. And from the industry perspective as such, what we have also seen primarily, we get a lot of brilliant candidates. I mean, primarily in our clinical research and pharma setup as such. But many of them lose out because they are not very confident enough while facing an interview, or able to explain what they have got 99 marks out of 100 for that. They are just not able to explain that, right, what they have done. But they are able to write, they are able to visualize, they are able to think. But it's that expressive part. Maybe one, communication is something. Personality development, trainings are one, which always makes them industry ready primarily. And also, now with the new curriculum, maybe that also might change and make them even more ready enough. One is communication, and some part where there are technicalities involved as well. Those are the issues of brilliant students of communication. But some other students who, majority of them, do not know the basic ones in technicality part as such. I mean, when we interview them and give them a test to write, sometimes we prod them saying that, this might be the answer, think about. So, maybe that kind of, as ma'am was also saying, that, that incubation has to happen right from the beginning, as such. So I think, we are also willing to give that. I mean, mentorships is one thing, as sir rightly pointed out. Mentorships, internships, all those things have to be a part of this. If the new education policy has to be successful, all these things have to come together, and that's how, it would make it successful.
Thank you. Tata's is a group I have long admired. I started my career in ACC, which at that time was actually a Tata company. And Nani Palkewala was the chair, and we had half of Tata people on our board and so on. And what I find fascinating about them is that you'll never find anybody Tata's name in world's richest people. Because they've given all their wealth away to charity. But more than that, it's the way they conduct business and the way they do things and the low-key way in which they do it. I was just telling Rajanna that I knew Fakhruddin Kohli when he started TCS, and I've seen the growth of TCS and how, unlike some other companies in the sector, TCS doesn't talk about a lot. They just go and do their work. those same qualities are reflected in Rajanna. You know, he's low-key, quiet. He happens to be the senior VP and the global head of delivery for TCS, which is perhaps one of the hugest things. But when you see him, all that you realize is the wisdom with which he speaks. I've been a big fan of his, so I was particularly delighted that he's here today. And you know, nobody better than him to see a look in future and say what the metaverse is going to expect from us. At the same time, how the Tata Group thinks about it. So over to you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. I know it's too late. Let me try to be, okay, right? Audible, right? Let me try to be as precise as possible. And thanks to Hans Dear for organizing this. Before I answer Dr. Ajit's questions, I want to spend 2 minutes on the technology sector, because you cannot complete an event in Hyderabad without talking about IT industry. So this is from Shure Technologies, one of TCS customers, and Shure has a development center in Hyderabad. This involves extremely engineering work on embedded systems. So this is, so if you look at the technology sector last year, FY22 was very monumental for Indian IT industry, because first time Indian IT industry crossed $200 billion. To be specific, $227 billion, representing 16% growth from previous year. That too working remotely. And $220 billion represents 9% of country's GDP. And if you look at this whole conference is about the talent development, right? Let us look at the talent. Today, Indian IT industry employs 5 million direct employees like me. 5 million. And the beauty of IT sector is one direct employment creates 4 indirect employment in ancillary sectors like security, housekeeping, and so on. So the Indian IT industry, besides 5 million direct employment, it provides 20 million indirect employment. So I often say in Hyderabad, getting a household helper is very tough, because that industry has the highest attrition, because that is because of the IT industry. And I see a lot of women colleagues here. Out of 5 million, 38% are women employees. And recently, 2 weeks ago, Telangana government announced the IT industry performance for previous year. Even Telangana delivered 1.8 lakh crores of the industry output, which represents 26% of growth from last year. And in our own Hyderabad, I don't know how many of you know, the IT industry employs 7.7 lakh direct employees. 7.7 lakh. So what I want to convey is that India is one of the greatest talent hubs. We should never forget that. If Indian talent is bad, IT industry would not have done so well. Right? There were gaps. In fact, I should not use gaps. Like in computer science, we used to call programming in small versus programming in large. There is a difference in the scale. So there were gaps, there are gaps, and there will be gaps. And as Ajit mentioned, the industry itself, academia itself, and industry academia together have to keep on taking the focused interventions. See, somebody said lifelong learning, right? It's not a one-day job. That interventions have to continue, right? So I'll mention 2-3 interventions which Tata's has been doing. One is, one of the major challenges for academic community here, I'm sure all the professors will agree, the lack of PhDs. So what TCS has done in 2010 in Hyderabad itself, we announced that TCS is going to fund 500 PhDs at that time, and the program is still continuing. With nothing is expected in return from academia. Of course, there is a stringent process for the evaluation, and as part of that, besides the stipend being paid by TCS, the faculty also gets an opportunity to spend their time as part of the TCS research labs. And somebody mentioned about faculty visiting industry campuses. And let me tell you, NIT Hyderabad is one of the biggest beneficiaries of this program. In fact, Professor PJN ensured that more than 20 professors got benefit from this program. So that is number one. Then second is TCS also funded Mr. Kohli Center on Intelligent Systems on NIT Hyderabad. The advantage is we are opposite to each other. Okay, so that is a definitely benefit. And third is one of the thrust areas in NEP is on the internships. Professor Ram also mentioned. So what we have done, we started something called the remote internship program, right? So earlier, when you say internship, before pandemic, the student has to come to the campus. And in India, you know, right, most of the universities, mostly, the BTECs have only 3 to 4 weeks program, or 2 to 3 weeks. And 2 to 3 weeks, you really cannot achieve anything. Because the guy comes here, he takes 1 week to settle, 1 week to go. Only MTechs and MCAs have a separate semester for 6 to 8 months. So this is not a scalable model. And we prefer, of course, to take MTechs and MCAs. So what we have done, why the student has to come to the campus? Why can't student remain in the campus, in the college? And we start this program either in third year, second semester, or fourth year, first semester. Then we look at only 2-3 subjects which are of very, very relevant for industry or TCS. The subject can be computer networks, subject can be artificial intelligence and machine learning. And again, we don't touch the curriculum, because here there is no issue with curriculum in most of the cases. Even if you want, you can copy from IIT Hyderabad. So what we do is, we train the faculty on how that subject should be taught, with more emphasis on pragmatism. We focus on the lab assignments, and we change them which are of relevant for the industry. That is one. And second is, we also train the faculty with a broader objective of increasing academic excellence in that college. Right? Then third is, the project definition. Most of the times, colleges get difficulty in defining the project. So we help them to define the project in these areas. And the project is guided by 2 in a box, one faculty and one expert from TCS. And this is very, very successful. We are able to place the students as soon as they join TCS. Right? So these are some of the interventions. But these kind of programs requires very high commitment both from the company and from the college. For example, we take many from KLU, absolutely top notch. So there is absolutely no issue with the gaps or whatever you want to call it, and these interventions have to continue. And of course, coming to the profit, we also start something called Tata Group's Affirmative Action Program. So we train, once they finish the BTech degree, on programming as well as some other soft skills to increase their employability. For example, if you go to college like JNU, Jagityala, the remote places, they need some help. So that's what I want to say.
Lovely, absolutely lovely. I just want, you said you generate 4 times as much indirect employment, right? That does not include the employment generated by technology-driven companies. So, for example, Zomato, Swiggy, Ola, Uber, they have that's completely different.
Yeah, that is more than 4 actually.
Exactly. So, we don't realize the enormous impact the technology sector has had on employment. This thing. Again, some very, very fascinating, insights. See, TCS may be ready to fund, but it needs an active head like PJN in IIIT to go after it and to get the maximum benefits of it. If we as academic heads just sit in our offices and say somebody will come and do us, that's not going to happen. The second thing that we as academia broadly have not done, I feel proud that in ISB we started it as early as the first class is to use the power of our alumni. Our alumni are our biggest asset. Let's be honest, and my apologies to all the academics sitting here. An institution is known by the success of its students. The academia created, but the public perception comes from, today there are 11 unicorns from ISB already. Yes, than 20-year-old school, right? They create the reputation, not I. Nobody cares about me. If they hadn't done, the reputation won't be there. So how do we really make the fullest use of our academic? That is in our hands. And this is part of what, Nandita was talking about, this entrepreneurial mindset is, these are my real assets. How the hell do I use them? By the way, they should also be used to fund, especially for affordable, Can they fund some education so that I can afford to charge fees, but you pay 50% of the fees, right? There are many. The other thing which, again, Rajendra kind of talked about, is that the innovations will come from innovative thinking. So they changed the whole internship model. So how do we encourage the industry to not say, this is my, I can't do it because my exams are there, tough luck. That's the wrong attitude. How do we say, hey, how do we get, so I think we have to start thinking about all of this. I'm going to end by, I never got a chance because it was during COVID and I never got a chance to thank him personally for it. But there was one young girl from a very poor family who got a chance to do internship with TCS. And TCS had a requirement of a bond. So her mother used to work as a domestic helper in our community. So she came to me, iska matlab kya hai? What is this bond? I said, well, before we deal with it, let me just call Rajendra. In less than 24 hours, they changed their policy. That's the kind of an organization TCS and Tata are. Why can't all industry be like that? Why can't we also as industry be responsive and say, hey, you know what? We see that as a problem. We'll come to you and fix it. Unless all of us get into that mindset, we are not going to achieve this. We have a few minutes more. I'm going to give, but also I think one or two of us may want to have a quick second word. So if anybody, you wanted to have, please go ahead.
Also, sir, in continuation to the collaboration by the academia and the industry as such, primarily, we have a company called Arbindo Realty, where I was instrumental in setting up that with respect to human resources completely. We have a tie-up with IIT Madras for, and they've come out with a very noble concept of green drainage facility as such, primarily. So it's one of its kind primarily, and anytime, whenever you have time for anything, I can always take you through the entire thing. It was designed by the students of IIT Madras. So just wanted to, keep you informed privately.
Okay, we have a few minutes. If you have any questions, if you want to ask anybody in particular, yes, please. Shout. Shout. We have IITs, we have IIMs. Why don't we have an institution which have all faculties? University. All universities do have. And that is what actually the NEP is actually suggesting, that everyone must be wide-ranging. By the way, that's one area in which I'm not 100% convinced yet.
I am an alumni of National University of Singapore, and I was a research scholar at Law Faculty of National University of Singapore, and I've done research in international law, GATS, the Services Agreement. And the experience that I've had there as a research scholar, I traveled to US, Norway, Australia and Turkey. I presented research papers related to my research, and my experience is no less than what Harvard could have offered. In fact, better than Harvard. So why don't we have a National University of India or Indian National University with all faculties? In fact, I was allowed to do a cross-faculty subject from management school also, although I was from law department.
So there are, I mean, even University of Hyderabad has got a very wide-ranging, all central universities
but as per
do have.
international world rankings, it is nowhere.
Yeah, so, you know, first of all, when you look at the per capita capability of Singapore versus ours, there is obviously and this is where I think, you know, many times we in India, in my humble opinion, go after the wrong parameters. What is more important? To create 1, 2 or 5 or 10 outstanding universities, or to have an equitable distribution that out of the 1.4 billion, every individual has a right to education. I think that's a matter that we need to debate. I think given our financial situation over the last 75 years, and I'll say this bluntly, the IITs of India have produced vastly better talent than any university in Singapore, and continues to do it, right? So they may be linear, they may be individual, but they have had more impact. So I think we should, yes, by all means we should, and that is exactly what the NEP is trying to do. The NEP will do it, but we have to do it within the constraints of our financial system. If you tell me tomorrow, I mean, and that is, by the way, his intention, the Reliance, what is Geo University, isn't it? So I think an Ambani should do it, and God bless him if he does it. But if you tell me that the government of India should do that, I would, as a taxpayer, object to it. But that's just my personal philosophy. I mean, I think by all means we must have outstanding universities. By all means we need to do it, and hopefully, you know, we will. By the way, we also don't realize, but IISc produces some outstanding people. TIFR, you know, we don't think of TIFR as a university, but they produce some of the most outstanding PhDs in genetics, in physics, in biology. I do, because as part of my work, I work with all of these people, and the kind and quality of people that they work with globally. Another phenomenal institution of which both Rajanna and I are a part. Do you know that L.V. Prasad Eye Institute, started by one ordinary human being, completely not for profit, working to the highest ethical and professional standards, is deemed to be amongst the top 5 or so research institutions in the world. In the world, started by one man here in Hyderabad. A humble man, and he'll talk about our failure. When he retired, we wanted to name something after him, and he flatly refused to have anything named after him. This wonderful person will have nothing left but his memory and his work. So we do have some amazing gems all across the country. But they are not those models. And you know, every time ranking comes, and I know because we get ranked very highly, but I'm not 100% convinced that every institution should look at ranking. Some of us should. Some of us should do it. You know, if the ranking tomorrow was based on the number of students whose lives were transformed, how many universities even here would rank amongst the global best? So I think we must be, I'm sorry, you know, this is something that I feel very, very strongly about. My apologies.
Very quick one addition to it. If we have IPOs for companies, why don't we have such investments into universities?
You can. And I am not fully supportive of the, see, you must have a full plethora of offerings. So if somebody wants to do something that is really outstanding and wants to pay for it, that's fine. But that should not become an elitist. I was just today reading about how Oxford University has supplied 11 of the 15 last Prime Minister, and how they call them as Oxford Brahmins, have no capability other than ability to speak very fluently. And Boris Johnson is a perfect case of it. So I think, you know, how what is the purpose? Is the purpose is only to get financial return, then I would very strongly oppose it. If the purpose is to, while getting, and Ashish made that distinction, to be self-sustaining while doing national good, then I would be all in favor of it.
Thank you, sir.
They will not be all. They will be a part of a menu.
Thank you, sir.
So it's a provocative question, and I just wanted to add that I think India started investing very early in higher education, you know, and maybe to the neglect of primary education. But I think one of the great things that Nehru did was he saw the need to invest in higher education and for India to build its own science and technology capabilities. And that's why we have, when it comes to science and technology, we actually spend a minuscule amount. I spent 14 years in China. China spends $600 billion on R&D on a purchasing power parity basis. India spends only 1/10 of that. Okay? But we actually, as a country, we punch above our weight when it comes to science and technology. We have an amazing space program. We have a very thriving, as Rajana pointed out earlier, we have a very thriving technology industry. By the way, our exports last year crossed Saudi Arabia's oil exports for the first time, right? And we have a very, very good science and technology community. I think Dean Ragnekar was talking about TIFR. My father-in-law was employed at TIFR for several decades, and I've interacted with, you know, of course, on a social level, because I don't understand the science, but some of the greatest mathematicians India has produced, like Professor M.S. Raghunathan, Professor S. Ramanan, great scientists, right? And India has not also been historically very good at projecting itself. For example, my alma mater, the University of Madras, produced 2 Nobel laureates who did their undergraduate studies, you know, Professor C.V. Raman and Professor S. Chandrasekhar. Guindy Engineering College produced the first Turing Award winner in Asia, Professor Raj Reddy, who's currently at Carnegie Mellon, right? So India has not been very good at projecting itself, and India's focus, I think, on rankings has been very, very low. We've not been concerned about rankings until now. That's beginning to change. You will see Indian universities appear regularly in the top rankings in the future. I'm convinced about that.
Yeah. Also, you know, check the basis of ranking. You know, so there is about 10% or 15% given to internationalization. Now, if you're in Belgium or Singapore, everyone is a foreigner. If you're in India, nobody is a foreigner. Because I've got a 1.4 million as a base, you've got a 5 million as a base. So these things distort. So I'm not giving that as an excuse. I think there are many parameters we are poor, but we should also look that how many of these rankings are biased in favor of one group or the other. Thank you. I think it's time for us to bring this to a close, and I want to personally thank all my panelists for doing such a phenomenal job and educating me, and I hope in that process all of you also felt that you learned something. Thank you, Hans India, and thank you everybody for being here.
Any other questions you can personally ask the panelists. Now I request the Hans team to kindly hand over the mementos to our panelists. We'll quickly take a group photograph and then, yeah. Quick group photograph and then we'll move on to the next session. So I once again thank all our panelists and all the listeners who have been listening since morning. The 2 sessions, the second session was on the role of public, private and industry stakeholders and their partnership. and I could see most of you were interestingly involved in it. Now I request the Hans team to kindly hand over the mementos to our speakers, Shri Ajit Rangnekar Sir, Director General Research and Innovation Circle of Hyderabad. We request you to kindly accept our token of appreciation from Hans India. Mr. Rajanna, Senior Vice President and Global Head from TCS Hyderabad. Thank you so much, sir, for being a part of this wonderful panel discussion. I request the team to kindly hand over the mementos to Srimati C.A. Shubhra Maheshwari, Chairperson, FICCI. Professor Ramakrishna Velamuri, Dean, School of Management, Mahindra University. Shri Kingsley, Head HR, Access Clinicals Limited, Aurobindo Group, Hyderabad. Shri Ashish Naredi, Founder and Managing Director, Eco Ventures, Hyderabad. Dr. Nandita Sethi, Founder and MD, the Entrepreneur Zone, TEZ. Dr. MP Ganesh, Head of the Department, Indian Institute of Technology, Hyderabad. And Dr. Savadam Balaji, Associate Dean Academics, KL Deemed University. Thank you all for being a part of this panel discussion. Thank you once again. Thanks to all our students, parents, academicians, everybody who have gathered here, especially the media, and everyone who have been a part of this fantastic 2-day conference on NEP. Hope all of you have gained some knowledge and hoping that you inculcate all of this in the near future. All the very best to all the students. All the very best to all our students, and on that note, we are signing off. I am Anchor Likhita. I am a voiceover artist, a moderator, and a freelancer MC from past 13 years in the industry. You can search for Anchor Likhita on Facebook and Instagram, and do follow me on the following pages. Thank you so much once again. Thanks to each one of you.